That's alright.
Cool. Um, is that okay? Cool. So there's that now. We should have audio back. We do have some audio back. Um, that's working. Okay. So let's get things started here. Ignore that's been there for a while. Where is my charger for my phone? That's there. And then where is my Firefox? For whatever reason, my computer is not picking up. My computer is not picking up the things that I want it to pick up. Really, this is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Pick up all the stuff in the front. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Welcome, welcome. Trying to get everything set up. This one's all the tags update. Ooh, okay. We are running a bit behind schedule. I was practicing some opera stuff, but it should be fine. Should be fine. I want to finish up the pseudo commission that I had for you. I'm gonna do like a line. Then we're gonna do flats and a background, and then we're going to go ahead and do what's it called? Flats and a background, and then we're gonna do rendering, but those are gonna be like separate ones. So we have lining and flats in a background, simple background, and then rendering in the background. I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Doing okay. I'm trying to figure out what I have to do next because it wasn't picking up my audio for a second. You've seen this, right, Kit? Were you here for this? I can't remember. I feel like everyone has seen the dance animation already. Anyway, wasn't there for it. Okay. Let's do the figures. And so I've already done some figures before, and then I had to leave for a wedding. which means it's been since Saturday since I really worked on any figures, which is a problem because I am very behind on them. But you're fairly new. I think I can look up, I can audit you. Where's my audit button? Let's see. Let's see. I should be able to find. Where's the history? I just click on messages. All right. Oh my gosh, what is going on? What's happening? Why is it doing that? What is that sound? I don't know why it's making that sound whenever I scroll. I don't know what that sound is. I'll be honest. I don't like that. I think it's trying to tell me that it's trying to think, but this is very hard to get to the top of you. Following since May 27th, so it's been a few months at least. Apparently the beeping is from when I'm scrolling too high up. I wish I was better at using mod tools so I could just scroll up and find out exactly when and how you joined. But I don't know how to do that. I need someone else to show me how to audit people. Alright, figure drawing. That's what we're doing. Jeez Louise. Okay. It only happens on Twitch. Maybe it's just like it telling me it's 30 images, 60 seconds each, and this is a little bit higher than usual. Might not be. What? May 27th? Is it really just 3 weeks ago? No shot. What the hell? You're lying to me. 1, 2, 3. It is like 4 weeks. It is almost exactly 1 month. Alright, well. That's... Boy, time sure does fly, huh? Alright, let's do some figures. Let's cut the small talk already. Put the figures in the bag, silly internet man. That's kind of right. I wish it was a little bit better. Get the neck wrong and the shoulders in the wrong place. Three weeks and some change. Everything went well yesterday? Yes! I didn't, nothing went wrong. I feel like yesterday was a long day, but not because of the what's it called? Not because of the passport stuff. Oh, it just kind of went in there. I lied about like what I'm employed under, right? Because I'm not currently employed, but I'd had that, like that, like paper was there since I'd become employed, right? Since before. And I didn't want to like risk having to restart the whole process or anything. So I just kind of lied and put my previous employer on my passport. I don't know if that's going to cause any problems. I hope it doesn't. Like, I don't think they have to verify with the employer to do something. I probably should have just like written down self-employed or something, but I don't know. I feel like there's a stigma against that sort of stuff, and I don't know if that'd be allowed. Not that I don't think they can deny me from getting a passport just because I'm unemployed. Hope they can't. Something like that. Fingers crossed. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. It just takes like a 4 to 6 weeks sort of a deal, so we'll be waiting for a while on that. So yeah, basically we're just gonna finish out this what I started on Saturday, and then we're going to go ahead and do that. The other thing that I said that we were doing, the commission dealio, get a good vibe for that, and then we'll get back onto doing some figures. Maybe do some catch-up ones. I don't know. We'll see. I do want to get back to working on the goat animation, and I want to start that today. So I might do that instead of catching up. But we'll see if I can even finish the commission stuff I'm talking about in one day. That'd be nice, but I don't think I can. I feel like it's an unrealistic expectation for someone who has never been able to finish something reliably. How has your day been, Kit? You're actually at the end of your day. How's it been going? Not happy with that, but whatever. I also haven't done figures in a few days, so I'm not super worried. Tons of deadlines. Oh my gosh. What do you work as again? I don't think you've ever told me. Oh, university. Yeah, that makes sense. You studying art at university, or is it something separate? because I know art is not usually like a popular thing for people to study at universities. But maybe I'm just skewed by the amount of business students I see. I messed this up a little bit. That's okay. That's alright. I know which was art. Computer science. That's pretty cool too. I think there's a lot of art you can do with computer science, right? There's something really enjoyable about solving the puzzles that you do. We should have like a community day where we solve, what's it called? Son of a duck. What are the little brain teasers called when you do computer science? When winter comes around, there's oh gosh darn it, what are they called? It's like the you're gonna say it and I'm gonna be like, of course. Of course it is. Sort of. They're like they have a specific name. Where it's like basically they're practice problems, right? But they're all about like solving them, I guess. That's weird. Like they're intended like to be even a practice problem. What I mean is like they have like a name because there's like an advent calendar one that comes around for Christmas. I forget what it's called. I'm gonna ask my friend about it later, and then I'm going to be like, oh, of course. Rather draw blorbos. Drawing blorbos is fun too, but sometimes it's fun to solve puzzles. I think that's where computer science really shines, is when you're tapping into that desire to like see something logically work, right? So, plus it's really good for computer science, and it's really good. It is actually pretty good for art as well, right? Because it teaches you that there is no problem that you cannot solve as long as you apply some logic and reason behind your actions. Because it might not get you to it. Like the pseudocode doesn't get you to the problem, doesn't solve the problem always, right? Your first attempt at pseudocode will never get you the answer, but trying puts you one step closer. So it's a great thing to try to implement in art, right? And you'll see this all the time when I'm drawing stuff, right? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. We're gonna find out together, chat. Probably not the thing you want to hear from an art educator on Twitch or like streamer, but I never claimed to be that. I never claimed to do that. I'm here to fail and have fun, and I'm all out of fun. Ooh, that's a bit big. Oh, early I'm getting too focused on the anatomy of the torso in these lately. Please let me draw. I know you're doing the autosave, but please let me draw. My friend has a very interesting idea of intelligence, and I like it, right? Intelligence is not how much you know or how good you are at something. Intelligence is the ability to synthesize new information into pre-existing structures of knowledge. So what he means is like when you learn something new, how well can you integrate it into something you already know, or how well can you integrate something that you already know into something you're learning, right? And I think that's pretty good because the more we learn, the smarter we get and the better we are at being intelligent, right? Because if you don't know anything, it's really hard to synthesize a lot of information. But the more you learn, the more you have the ability to try that stuff. So it's a good structure that allows you to always become more intelligent, right? It's not like a lockout thing where, oh, you're just born with this much intelligence or whatever. Intelligence is how quickly someone can absorb information, blah, 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 blah. Because those are kind of like, you can't work on that. You can't become more intelligent because there's not really a good metric for, I guess the way you get faster at incorporating new information is being good at synthesizing old information together. That's what he said. I like it personally because it makes me sound very smart. So I am very biased, right? I think it's also a good excuse to like learn as much as you can about anything and everything, right? Because you should always be able to apply that, especially to art, which is literally like part of being a draftsman or like a good like fundamentalist is understanding how things work so you can create a believable representation. So if you wanna be good at art, learn physics and computer science, kids. Ah! Wait, why is my hold on? Why is my wait? Pause. My pen is literally not working anymore. Why is my pen not working at all? I need to turn off my tablet and turn it back on. Right. Yes, my pen is working again. Well, that was upsetting and scary. Hopefully we never have to live with that fear again. Oh fuck, I'm fearing again. Why does this look weird? Because this should come down more. Like that. Flap. Close enough. I love I forgot the name of the group that does it, but they have like a D&D thing. And one of the actors is like he plays a clown, right? Kathmo the clown or something. No, that's not true. That's from Digital Circus. Because I just watched episode 5 last night. It's I forget the name of the clown. It doesn't matter. He just does silly shit. I am a fan of silly shit. I should be more like that. Ninja time, ninja time. Everybody loves ninja time. I like the ninja because it's like a good shape study, but I also don't like the ninja because I don't learn too much about anatomy when I'm doing it. It's a love-hate relationship I have with Ninja Guy. Recurring character, Ninja Guy. Oh, I fucked up the legs bigly. That's alright. And by that, I mean I made them fucking massive. Jesus Christ. There you go. That's a little bit better. So I watched a very interesting video the other day. And basically it was somebody, a scientist person. I'm going to describe them as a scientist person because they do create art on the art fight stuff. But they have like a history as like a background in science, right? And they're studying and they're getting a doctorate in science and stuff like that. But they made a very interesting statement, I'd like to say, that art fights hates women or whatever, or like that kind of stuff. And when people make these claims, it always comes from a place of frustration, I feel, personally. You know, I that's my guess. Because obviously I don't know what that person's going through. This arm is way too fucking far out there. Whatever. So the claim was, the title of the video is like, why don't people draw women on art fight, right? You might be thinking, yeah, but I see people drawing women on art fight all the time. And that was their statement too, is that yes, there are female characters. But they're in the minority, right? And they came at this from a sense of like, I'm going to collect the data and I'm going to see this is far too far out there, I think. Well, maybe not. Okay, this is better now. They went and collected a whole bunch of data, right? They would click random profiles and they'd get a sample size of the population of art fight, and they'd see what the women, they'd have a whole bunch of criterias. And they did collect a lot of informative data. You know, there's always going to be people who are maybe not the best on any site. I feel like art fight probably is definitely better than most sites. It has a large LGBT representation. As someone who's not been on the site like literally at all, but just because of the fact that I know a lot of people like it and I keep promoting it, right? It can't be all bad, right? So going in with the assumption that no, I don't think art fight is all bad, right? And I don't think they think art fight's all bad either because they still participate. There's definitely always going to be some negative people on there on any website. Even co-host had apparently a really big racism issue, which, you know, people didn't experience, some people did experience. It depends. Unfortunately, I think that's just the current state of the internet. But what got me was that this video made a claim, right? The video made the claim that was a question. Right? The video made a claim, the title asked a question. There you go. So the question that the title asked was, why don't people draw women? And the statement that the creator made was kind of along the lines of, there's a really big misogynistic influence, or like there's a really big anti-woman movement sort of a thing, right? And they didn't really like, they had the data to back up their interpretation, right? But I feel like there's other ways to examine these interpretations, right? Or the data in more forgiving ways, right? And I don't think she is necessarily incorrect in her assessment. I think her data and her science was very sound. I just feel like there are different ways to interpret the data, right? That take other things into account. And there's other presumptions and explanations we can apply to this information that she gathered. And I don't know. I feel like people tend to pick the negative a lot faster. And the data does show women are, by percentage, less drawn, or less represented in characters drawn on Artfight. It also shows that women are more likely to be accessory characters than men. It also shows that women are less likely to have detailed bios and all that stuff and all these things. And wow, this is a fucking awful figure that I'm drawing. I thought it was just an interesting interpretation of data, because we could assume a lot of different things that could be the root cause of these problems. For example, women are more likely to be accessory characters. In Western culture, unfortunately, at the time, women have less agency than men. This is like culturally and narratively as well, right? Most stories that are made, produced, sold, blah, 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 all that stuff, have male lead characters, right? And male lead characters tend to be more, I think, like, they have more agency in them, right? So as characters, male leads tend to be the dominant and the norm right now. So it doesn't really shock me to find out that the majority of characters on like a website driven before like original character designs reflects the state of like narrative culture in the West. And I feel like attributing it entirely to misogyny is like, it's a pretty easy rabbit hole to fall into, right? Because people don't wake up in the morning, I don't believe, and just want to do harm to others, right? You'd have to really break me to admit that, I'll be honest. I think that most people kind of just live their lives in a generously selfish way, right? They're willing to go out of their way for those that they care about, but other than that, maybe are not as interested, and maybe other than that, don't think too much about their actions outside of that. So it does not surprise me that in a culture where men tend to have more agency, that original characters created by this people of this culture tend to produce more male characters with agency. It's just kind of the primordial soup. And I don't want to like attribute that to malice, which I understood from the video, right? That's the way it came off. I see a little bit in Kit as well, right? Because he brought up the whole thing with the hustle culture and stuff. It just reminded me a little bit of that, where people are kind of quick to see the negatives and not maybe attribute some things to happenstance or just like coincidence or people just being people and not really meaning anything by it. But jumping the gun to like, this is because of this can lead to some negative assumptions and can lead to some toxic environments, I think. But, you know, the video itself has made me more conscious about it. Why don't I do more female characters, right? For a couple of reasons. You know, these are like my own thoughts and stuff that come up for me. And I'm trying to be self-reflective and aware of myself and my biases and stuff. And a lot of it comes from, I want to make characters that I can voice for the most part. So it tends to be like male characters because I don't know how any of this shit works and I don't have money to hire voice actors. So if I want to make animations and stuff with characters, they pretty much have to be men to some degree or another, right? And I can learn accents and I can learn like pitches and tones and I can learn manners of speaks and I can learn languages, but I can't like, my voice is not infinitely flexible, right? There is a range. So I tend towards male characters because of that. But also because I try to draw like a lot of reflections of myself, and also because I am a little bit afraid of backlash, right? The assumption or the conclusions that I've come to over a long period of time, right? Is I'm a little bit afraid of backlash because we have a culture right now that kind of dunks on people for being wrong, right? And I don't want to like make a female character that is unbelievable, right? That's kind of the whole point of art, is to make things believable, not like true necessarily, right? Like you can have you can write a spy book and like half the things are wrong, but as long as it's believable enough, people are going to be like, that was a really good story. And then you get a lot of people on like Book Talk and stuff that are trying to pick apart every single detail. And it leads to homogeneity, I think, because people are so quick to jump on what is considered wrong that they don't allow room for the fringes. So me personally, I want to try drawing and doing more women. That's why I have some characters. Like I want to do more Roxanne. I want to explore the female character from the Robbie's band. I'm running out of time here. So I was silly and I was talking instead of drawing. And I'm gonna be wrong, and I understand that like I might make some character decisions that people might not agree, especially like writing characters from different ethnicities than me, different cultures, and all that stuff. But it always comes from a place of goodwill. So as long as people know that and understand that I'm going to make mistakes, I'm going to need corrections, and I'm going to have to like learn and grow, and as long as people are willing to accept that, yes, this is a single character. This is not a representation of a culture or of a gender or anything. This is just one person, which is hard because a lot of people will see these characters as like a representation of things as a whole. So that can be very difficult to program out of people. Mostly just talking to myself though. There's such a good like sway to this character because they've got, I want to capture that. I didn't do a great job, I'll be honest. I should have done a little bit looser, I think. Because there's a really good like S-curve like this. I'm just drawing from imagination at this point. Ah, it is what it is. I probably should have started with the head or the torso instead of the hand. I need to get better at anatomy because I want to do that as one of my goals. Being able to start with any body part and draw the whole figure in a more believable way that's more dynamic. I've done it a couple times on this channel, but yeah. Okay, let's merge these all together. Where's my docs? All right, let's merge them all up. Merge them all up. Bam, bam, bam. Different days, but that's okay. This is gonna be a problem. I'll have to shrink that probably. I thought I this. It's my. It's not working. Ah! Literally working a second ago. Oh, you know what? It works fine. Cool. All things considered, not bad. Right, and then let's export this image. Oh my gosh. Do I want to count how far out I am from being caught up? I don't think I do, but I should anyway. 59. Okay, so I'm on like figure 59. Like that's the one I just finished. I'm going to 180 more or less. So let's see. 56 was supposed to be on the 15th, right? And then by last Sunday, the 22nd, I was supposed to be at 63. So I'm 4 off, more or less. So that means I need to do 4 more to catch up to today. Which is actually not as behind as I thought I was. I thought I was way more behind than that. So that's good-ish. But anyway, let us get to the meat and potatoes of things. I think I'm here. Yes. Discord messages. Probably being told I should not talk about things. I should watch these to make sure what they are. Energetic, wonderful chimpanzee, super villain. I always am fascinated by the random words that it pulls together to make like link bits. Horn-y shapes. Like that. That's fun. What's going on? My friends are talking about stuff. Both days sounds like a plan. It's a good time for everyone. House. I should get a griddle. I need to get, is like, hold on, how much does a griddle cost? What is the cheapest like hand griddle I can get? That's 25 bucks. That's not bad. I should get a griddle. Maybe I can just cheat one. Maybe if I just use my baking pan. Is that going to be okay? Am I going to come into problems if I do that? Shut the fuck up about AI. Has anyone ever used an aluminum sheet pan to make it? You should not just use a baking sheet as a griddle. It'll warp so hot and also be hard to cook on. There's a reason most griddles are cast iron. Well, shoot. I use an inverted pan as a griddle. Inverted sheet pan. So this looks like maybe like a carbon steel. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I would, for the price of $100, I'd rather get just like the 20 bucks griddle. Sorry. All right, cool. Well, that's my little expose on whether or not I should get a griddle. The answer is yes. I think I'd like to go to this one, but I think I want to do something else the week after. Oh no, that's not good. Sorry, I'm reading disturbing political news about my country, as always. Oh goodness, and I'm being distracted. Alright, let's get to work on stuff. I have my PureRef open still. You should pull it open. Mode always on top. Let's grab that as reference again. Where is my reference capture? I don't know if my chat box test. That shows up for sure. I need to add a background to the words because they don't show up super well. Well, they probably show up fine. I probably need to do this with them. Hold on. Test again. Yeah, so we have a little bit of space to move this over. It's getting the Twitch stuff at least, which I think is fine. Anyway, my reference should be cool. We're doing this mostly for the colors right now. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do a save really quick. Just because, I don't know. I don't like the knees. I need to get some reference for the knees. So let's grab that first, I think. Okay, problem has occurred. Knee anatomy, perhaps. Boy, I really wish this was in a better... This is good reference, but I just don't... Because it's mostly this left one that I have a problem with. That should be fine. Okay, let's go ahead and start our time lapse. That's okay. I want to try using my... Where is... Here. My lining pen. This one has a stabilization of 100. So we'll see how this works with my new flow. As far as doing things. Other than that, I just don't like all the knee shapes that I've given this. This one's actually mostly fine, the one on the right. So one on the left that I'm not a huge fan of, because the knee ends down here, and I'm putting it like end up here. Sort of a deal. So we'll see what I can do about that. Because I'm shaping it on the wrong side. The top is closer, but for whatever reason, I've made the kneecap closer to the top. So let's see if I can fix it or do anything about that. See, I'm not... The outside fuzziness of this, I wish it was a little bit more. I do like the solidness of it, and the way it falls off is really nice too. I feel like it is too thick though. I forgot to set the timer. We're gonna set the timer now. We start play. Let's grab OBS to the front because I'm not seeing chat just in case someone shows up. Oopsies, I forgot I was in. Ah! I don't like the bumps that I've been making with this. I think that's the only problem with Hey, how's it going, Roll? Sorry, I didn't notice you come in. Welcome, welcome. We're practicing lining. So the plan for today is to finish this commission. That includes lining and flats in background, lining flats in a simple background, and then we're going to, get that time lapse out, and then we're going to go ahead and oopsies. And then after we have, what's it called? Simple background and flats, we're going to do rendering. That is the plan for today. So here we're not too super worried about what's it called? Sorry, I'm trying to draw and think at the same time, and I'm only good at one of those at a time. um, right now, what's it talking about? Man, sometimes I wish my brain worked. Yeah, right now we are just worried about getting a nice line art. It's mostly just going to be thinking about, what's it called? Line weights here and there. We already have the structure and the shape. I'm going to see if I can do something about this knee because I fucking hate it the more I see it. I think they already announced the teams for Art Fate. I'm not sure though. So yeah, we're just focused on getting nice lines with the line weight that we want. So for right now, we're gonna do horns. Right, we're gonna do the line thickening that happens once it gets into contact with these horns. Because the horns are gonna have a lot of ambient occlusion around them. I haven't really done a ton of lining this, especially not with my lining pen. I used to use this lining pen, like I made it because I want 100% like stabilization because it's just one of those things where I was like, I need to have good stabilization. Blah, 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 blah. Not super important, I think, now. But I'm trying out to see how I feel about it after doing a little bit more practice with line weights and stuff. Definitely want to try and improve wherever I can. So getting a feel for it again, especially my brush. I think that's the important thing, right? Is you can draw anything with any brush, right? So just make sure it's when you're learning, you're using something that's comfortable. There's a time and a place to be uncomfortable. And it is when you're learning, right? We also want to make the learning as easy as possible. So learn one thing at a time, make that one thing uncomfortable, and then make everything else where you can as comfortable as possible. For example, here, the thing that I am most comfortable right now is the line weight. Not to say I'm not to say that I'm the most comfortable with it. But if I'm trying to learn this brush again and see where I want it, I think I want the stabilization down a little bit. I might take it to like 50. Because it was at 100. I'm getting like artifacting in the lines because it's not fast. It's not following my pen fast enough. Definitely want to get on the inside track of this line. Round out, give it some nice weight to it. That's actually not too bad. I want this line here to be thinner. There you go, perfect. So once this line is thin, I can come back in and I can touch it up. Start from thin lines and build up to thick lines. All right. This is the top of, oopsies, the horn. It's going to have the most access to light, so I do want it to be not as dark as underneath. I want to keep that roundness. So we'll see. I might have to redo the line at a lower opacity, or sorry, at a lower size. Yeah, let's just do it at a lower size. And we can build up. Let's try 10. I do want this to like erase towards the middle. Because these two shapes are kind of coming to really close contact. And I am lining, but I don't want to get too bogged down in the details. Well, this is bothering me in a way that it should not. So we're just going to come in here and fix that really quick. Then we're going to come in here and we're going to do the lines for the horns. It'd be heavy ambient occlusion. And remember, the farther away and the more like in space this is going to be, the more ambient occlusion we're going to lose, because it's going to kind of just blend into the next shape. So these corners are always going to be very good. But we want these edges to get more and more almost invisible. We don't want to erase the line. You just want to come in and you want to shrink the parts that are going to be the closest together. Uh-huh. Let's redo this section here a little bit. This section also, I'm not a huge fan of this. Um, Something like that. I need to go even smaller for this. Let's flip this and find out. Yeah, I think that works a lot better. So I am on the other one. Rounds it out a little bit nicer. Oh, I'm getting a message on Discord. Yeah. Oh, I didn't see the chat. Sorry, I'm so caught up in the lining that I completely missed. Line weight looks beautiful. I was told stabilization would make me a bad artist. Was that just propaganda? Absolutely admire the dedication. Question: how do you know where to emphasize the weight? Literally yells from the void. Your line is kind of an absolute machine. I never really thought about it. Hey, welcome back, Kit. If you hadn't messaged me on Discord, I don't think I would have seen you for like another hour. If you're still here. Okay, let's take these one at a time. I was told stabilization would make me a bad artist. Was that just propaganda? Yes and no. Like everything ever of all time, it's a little bit more complicated than this thing will make you bad. Let me pause the timer for a second because I'm going to explain this. So when we think about line weight, what does line weight do? Or sorry, not line weight, line stabilization. Line stabilization, all it does is it makes it so that when I draw, oops, I actually have to have ink. When I draw this line, it smooths out my whatever, right? So if I draw, let's say this. That makes my line much smoother. If I switch to a pen that has no stabilization at all, this has 6, but I think that's like the default, right? Can I do something similar to this without line stabilization? Yes. The answer is yes, I can. What does line stabilization do then? Line stabilization lets us draw slower. Because if you paid attention when I was drawing it with this one, I was drawing way slower to let the stabilization catch up to my movements, right? With this one, the G pen, which admittedly I think the main difference is that it's a little bit bigger. So let's do that. I'm drawing this, I'm going way faster. Why? Because I don't have to worry about it catching up. And the line weight looks really nice because it's emulating kind of the actual weight and speed of my pen. So it looks really nice. So what do we use line weight for? Where do we use this tool? What is it useful for? Well, line weight is useful, line stabilization, again, is useful for getting the line really smooth when you have to draw really slow. So this is great for when we have really big pulls, like for example on this back. If I draw this back, I'm not going to be on target. The line's going to look great, but the line's not going to be on target. So if I slow it down, line still looks pretty good. There's some wobbles here, some wobbles especially at the beginning, the tail. We would clean those up anyway. What does the lining pen do then? I draw it. There is now no worry about that wobble at all. So it's really good for when we're close up and we need to draw long lines, right? On target. So we can draw slower, make sure that we're drawing the line on target, and it looks nicer and we have less to fix. So it's not going to fix your line weight, right? It's not going to fix your line confidence. What it's going to do is it's going to make this part faster. Instead of, you saw I took like 2 pulls and I got pretty much on target. If I have my regular G pen, restart. That's, you know, that was a terrible example, right? Terrible example because I got it right on the second try, more or less. I still would have to delete this section and I'd have to do, well, that tail is actually really good, but shut up. The chance of me getting it right multiple times in a row, got it wrong, is very poor. This one's also not the right shape that I want. We're losing a lot of volume here. This one's pretty close, but we are losing a lot of volume here. Oops. So it, oh, I've lost, okay, it just was weird. Lost some volume there on the shoulder. So I'd probably have to come in and make this line shorter. Come in and do this line again, right? So that way we get our thing. So line stabilization is just making this pull take less tries, right? And ultimately, I'm not switching off of it because I'm lazy, right? It doesn't really affect me too much, right? It can mess up my really long pulls if I try to do them normally, or if like I'm see how that has that weird stop in the middle? It's because I let go of the pen there and it jumped around. So it's kind of a preference, right? You don't want to use line stabilization to practice because it doesn't matter, right? When you're drawing cubes in space, it doesn't matter for the perspective, right? I've turned off my stabilization, didn't like that, right? If I draw the same cube again with line stabilization on, it also does not matter. It doesn't affect anything that is important for my study of perspective. So you could have it, you cannot have it. As long as you don't get it in your mind that line stabilization is the only way that I'm going to make a clean line with line confidence, then you're fine to use it whenever. If you ever find yourself thinking, man, I can't draw a nice line, especially in sketches, I would recommend not using line stabilization in sketches because it will make things a little bit stiffer just by the nature of it, right? Because you'll have to draw slower, which means you won't get like as organic pulls, right? Whenever you ask me, how do you get the hair so nice, right? Because you've asked that a couple times. It's a lot of that is just kind of like those quick pulls, right? Right? Those S shapes, those C shapes, right? Those quick pulls. If I try to do those quick pulls with something with stabilizations, I'm not going to get the same, this is kind of fucked up because I'm going too fast for the stabilization. So I wouldn't use it in sketching. When lining, when I'm drawing slow, it doesn't affect anything. Next thing, absolutely, and I'm going to go back down to Catchup. Pause, shoulder. Are you drawing from your shoulder? I am drawing from my shoulder, yes. Line confidence, by the way. Justin Keterhan basically says that it's a part of our craft. We should be working to develop our skill set, now with digital tools. Do you think it's still a worthwhile initiative? Yes, because a lot of these fundamentals, especially with line confidence, are going to affect a lot of the stuff that matters. This sketch, for example, underneath, all of this line confidence is organic, right? This is all me going in with just like a pencil and going. It's going to improve your speed. It's going to improve your confidence. It's going to improve your structure if you're not using assisted tools, right? And if you want to go fast without using tools, this is the way to do it, is to actually work on your line confidence, right? So I would still say it's definitely worthwhile. Line confidence, C's and S's, yes, it's a very popular things to use, right? The two basic lines that we can draw. Scrolling back up. How do you know where to emphasize the line weight? So I know to emphasize the line weight based on what is going to receive the most light, right? So there's some fantastic artists that do, I can get rid of this stuff here, that will do like ambient occlusion drawings, right? And I can maybe try and do that a little bit here. And this is not what I want. And this is also not what I want. I'm trying to find a good one that I like. Let's try the design pencil. Make it really big and lower the opacity a ton. So if I want to draw a human eye, right? You start with it. You know, I probably shouldn't go on top of that. I want to draw a human eye, right? And we want to make it look realistic. We're going to think about where the eyelids go. They're going to go over the eye and down. We're going to have the carbuncle. We're going to have the shape here, right? I'm thinking a little bit of volumes, but I'm also thinking of just like generalized shape structure. The places where light is going to have the hardest time getting into is going to be these crevices down here. So I'm going to spend a lot of time focusing on these crevices, right? Especially where the line meets. As the eyelid changes, right? As it starts to face us, because it's curving away, it's going to receive more light. But these corners down here are very tucked into the eye. They're in the corner. So we're going to see this. Here we're starting to see the top face, right? So we're not seeing this corner anymore, this crease where the light can't get into, right? Down here, we're still seeing these creases. They're still facing us, so we know that there's a lack of light getting into it because they're too tight. You're going to see it a lot more in the bottom eyelid, especially, because the bottom eyelid tends to open more downwards, right? So that we can see more of the bottom eyelid than we can the top eyelid. The top eyelid tends to rest a little bit above halfway the eye, stuff like that. But because of perspective, you may or may not see the crease between the eyelids, right? So this is where we're going to see a lot of these lines. We're going to have this slow buildup, right? And we're getting to the corner again. We're getting all the meets and the points where these things cross over again. So we're going to start seeing a lot more of this darkness. Right? Place that gets the most light after this is going to be the top of the eyelid. The next place we can find like a good crease line, right? And let me increase the opacity a little bit so I can get a little bit more into this corner. Front of the eye is going to have a lot more light hitting it, right? So there's a lot more chances for light to get in. We're still going to have a bit of a crease line. And then underneath, we're going to start seeing some of these creases from the folds of the eyelid. And again, this is the top of the eyelid, right? This is where the eyelashes are coming. But this So far, this probably feels more like a, hey, why are you giving me this anatomy lecture, or why are you giving me this like painting lecture? Because line weight is just a simplification of actual like painting, right? When people like think about painting and drawing, right? The difference tends to be like, how do we abstract the shadows into a line? That's drawing. And how do we represent the shapes with form? That's painting, right? With drawing, you're going to have to, or sorry, not drawing, with painting, you're going to have to use light a lot more. It's like big values. With, what's it called? Lines, you're going to have to imply that a lot more. I don't have anything underneath here. So we have all these places where things are meeting and matching, increasing. So the same places where we made really dark before to get those values, we're going to go ahead and make dark again. And we have that taper coming off. And then we can come back and erase and do all that stuff, right? So when we're thinking about structure and form, we're thinking about the exact same thing painters are thinking of. The only difference is how we're representing it. We're representing that with line, so we have to show only the most darkest points, only the parts where there's going to be the most light abstracted away, right? So this part in the middle that was showing a lot more light is going to be way more thin, because a thinner line appears less dark on a page, right? It sounds silly, but like the thinner a line is, the less value like you get out of it. Like I'm talking about darkness value, not like return on investment value. So the darker the line is, and it's always easier, you can always go darker, so don't be afraid of having something too light. Because the darker we make the shapes, the more contrast we add. So as I'm getting into these darker sections, I'm tapering the line to make it thicker, right? Because a thicker line is going to appear darker. And we have our darkest spots here and here. So we want the thicker part of the line to be towards the darkest spot. I'm trying not to use any hatching, because I want this to be very much of a line weight thing, not a hatching thing. But that is how we know where to make things darker. So if you look over here on Zwerm, right? The darkest points are going to follow a couple of rules, right? Is light getting to it? Here, oops, I don't want to do that because I want to be able to see what I'm doing. Here, the light is getting into these spaces. Not only that, this ridge is going to block the crevice. So we're going to see the ridge more than we're going to see the crevice. So we have more average light in this section than we have this section. As the shape curves away, it's casting more of a shadow. We can see more of the crevice, right? And less light's getting to it. The line's going to be thicker. At the bottom, this horn shape here, that's going to be underneath the horn. It's going to have the most shadow because the light's going to get to it the least. This right here is a separate thing. This is not necessarily a, this T section, right? This T section is not showing ambient occlusion. It's not showing that light is not getting into this corner. What it's showing is that this line is subservient to this line, right? So we make the line thicker as it connects because we want to emphasize that this thicker line is going to get cut short by this thinner line. And a thinner line, right, represents brighter, right? And things that are closer to the eye are brighter. So it ends up being a little bit of an ambient occlusion, but you kind of have to take a couple of steps. Cool. So that is kind of the long and short. Everything else is kind of just like, okay, where can we apply these things? Same thing with the mouth corners. Mouth corners are thicker. Why are they thicker? Because they're going to get less light. The thin part is going to get more light. Cool. I think that is going to mess up my time lapse slightly. That's okay. I'm not too worried about that. Maybe. Am I out of endues yet? I'm not out of endues yet. We're still going. Can I get the entirety of the eye? Because I think, no, I can't get the entirety of the eye. That's all right. Cool. Let me scroll back down to see what you're talking about. Side note, I absolutely love hearing you get super excited and passionate about teaching something. It makes me really happy. I'm glad. I enjoy explaining things. I hope it makes sense when I explain things. We think about which part would likely experience the least amount of light, thus has these bolded, thicker shadows. That makes so much sense. Exactly, yes. We want stuff that has less light be thicker, right? Because essentially what line is doing is, in this style of line weight and lining, right, is it is replacing ambient occlusion, right? Lines abstract shape to the most basic of form, which is the presence or absence of light, right? In regular painting, right? In painting, we would have this gradation as light moves away from it, right? And we would end up having these sharp lines, because lines don't really exist. If you look at like really hard at the real world that you live in, lines don't really exist, right? It's always kind of this gradation between something else. Lines exist the most when an object is in front of another object, because there's a very clear separation. Lines exist the most when you cast a shadow, because there is a clear definition between where light is hitting and light is not hitting, right? A cast shadow has a very sharp line, right? Lines exist the most where we have very small creases that prevent light from getting in all the way and coming back out, right? What's it called? Lines do not excel at showing gradation, right? Because they are the single abstraction of light. So lines don't exist in gradients. So we hatch to show a difference in density of line, which is then interpreted by our eye as a difference in like value of light, right? We've all done the what's it called? Oopsies, recovery settings. You draw the tube, right? You have your 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's usually a fifth, right? Where you have, here's our hatch lines. We go all the way down. This is our number 1 hatch. So it's going to go all the way to the edge, right? And then we have our number 2 hatch, which is going to be slightly offset. We don't want it at a right angle. And that's going to go all the way to this one, because that's our number 2. And we're really zoomed in, so it won't look like much right now. And then we add our next hatch line. It's going to be like, I want to say like this. As much as you can, you want to try to avoid right angles. And then we have our last value, which is going to pretty much be straight up and down. And there's about 1.5 million ways to do value scales, right? We zoom out, we can see that there is a very clear gradation of where things get brighter and darker, right? Can I undo this? Is it going to let me go through all these lines again? It is! Nice. Hopefully this doesn't show up in the time lapse. I don't know if undos count in the time lapse. I hope they don't. Lines just bottom. Soft boy philosopher mode. No. The gradient tube. I have to do that for the Peter Hahn homework. Yeah, he does a great So Peter Han's homework thing for that is basically, what's it called? They have texture. They replace hatch lines with texture, right? And so it's the same exact thing, right? You're just building up a density of line, right? Remember, thick line is dark, thin line is light, right? So you just add thicker lines for the textures, you make the patterns more dense, whatever you need to do, right? You basically, you're just looking at a square and you're evaluating, is this more light or is this more dark? Is this more light or is this more dark? Does it need to be more light? Does it need to be dark? You get that engineering flowchart. Is it light? Should it be? Yes, no, no, erase some. Or is it light? Should it be? Shouldn't be light? Add some more dark, right? Add some more lines. That's how you get like those really awesome comic book textures, especially like there's so many really good masters of like chiaroscuro in comic book art that it's like it's not even funny, right? Hellboy, for example. Oh my god, just like the lines and like the two-tone shading, just regardless of the color, before they add the color in, the line weight is so good because there is a very clear abstraction of what is these shapes. What are these shapes? All right, scroll back. I think there was one more question that you had that I needed to answer. Discipline is that of an absolute machine. Thank you. How do you know that line weight? And then the ram horn aesthetic. Never really thought about ram's horn texture before. See, I see a lot of them. The reference has like very smooth horns, right? I'm using the horn texture to cheat a little bit, right? Because I'm still working on my lining, right? My lining is not the best, I'll be honest. So I'm using it a little bit to cheat and give like depth to the piece. Because if I am thinking about, is that beeping going on? It is. My oven has decided that it doesn't want to work anymore, so now it's doing some weird beeping all the time. Sigh. Okay. Let's turn this back on, and I'll talk about stuff while I draw. Cool. So I'm basically, because I'm still working a little bit on like good line weight and stuff. I'm using it to cheat so it can give me volume. Is the king of that? No one does it like that. I believe it. Someone you wouldn't expect, I think, would be Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby is he is a master of form. Because you think, especially because Jack Kirby is such an old artist, right? But the fact that he is able to, his poses are stiffer than most artists, right? But the fact that he has such simple lines and such huge volume of work, right? To be able to just like constantly knock out these forms that are readable is amazing, right? And his characters are quite stiff, right? Compared to like Frank Frazetta or shoot, what's his name? My dad really loves him, and he was like an expanding Earth theorist. I can't remember. Oh shoot, this is gonna kill me because he does some Neil Adams. Yeah. So Neil Adams has some really awesome, like really good dynamic stuff, and his stuff is even, I'd say his shapes are a little bit stiff. But because of the lighting that he has, right? Neil Adams does some amazing, we're talking about chiaroscuro and stuff. He has some amazing work there, I think. I feel like some of his earlier work was a lot more stiff. Later on in his life, I think Neil Adams really like knocked it out of the park as far as like having characters and volumes that were really dynamic. But his shading was always the most interesting thing. It's because Jack Kirby is kind of a turnoff for like modern. It's like going back in time to the graphics, right? And unless you really have an eye for art, you don't really understand all the things that he puts into place to get an appealing image, right? It's like, yeah, people really like 8-bit Donkey Kong, but why? And it's like, the pixels are just really appealing, man. You don't know. There's like this charm to the NES graphics, right? I'm probably spending way longer on this than I should. I want to grab this and thin it out just a little bit. Oopsies. And I don't care if I cut into the shape underneath, because I can just reline that really easily, because it's just a straight line. I really shouldn't be this close, right? I'm really close to the drawing. It's because I really want very clean line work down here. Even though I know it's not going to matter. I shouldn't be doing this early. I should be coming around later and cleaning this up. But I'm doing it now. Because it doesn't really matter when I do it, right? I want to give myself some forgiveness. I want to be lenient with me because I am learning. I'm trying to improve and get better. Yeah, with Jack Kirby, because like he's one of the first comic book artists to like really make a company, right? I think he started in DC and then left for Marvel, right? Is that the deal? I can't remember exactly. I always like there's some part of me that's remembering some history of Jack Kirby leaving DC. I think it was for pay and stuff. Which, you know, good for him, get that bag. But I can't remember, and you know more about this than I do. But yeah, my dad loved Neil Adams. I got him a drawing of Tyrion Lannister. Or who's the short one? I think that's Tyrion. I don't think so. Do you ever do a 24-hour stream? Yes, absolutely. I've done it before, actually. When Monster Hunter came out, and I was doing a different channel, I did a 24-hour live stream, and I fell asleep. I tried to do it again and not fall asleep, but I did like a 16-hour stream earlier in the year. It just kind of happened because I sat here and jawed for a long time. I think that'd be great for productivity. It's just beeping forever. It makes me very sad. Oopsies. I hope Moob's doing okay. Moob has a very complicated relationship with art, and I want them to know they work really hard, and I believe in them. Wish I was there. Over there. Wait. Where? In the... Do I have a huge delay again? I think YouTube automatically does some latency. So I might have to fiddle with some YouTube settings. I assume you meant at the 24-hour stream. Art is not using. Yes. Yep. They messaged me after Monday's stream, right? And they asked basically the same question that you did, which is like, how do you not freak out in front of drawing in front of a bunch of people and feel a little bit better, right? Or just like even draw well, right? There's a lot of stuff that's personal about it. I don't want to give up a conversation, right? Especially with a friend. But, you know, I really don't have a great answer. I feel like the answer that I gave didn't really like satisfy them. Because my answer is kind of just like, just do it, which is not a great answer, right? The real answer is to just like draw in an environment that makes you want to draw there again, right? And they're like, do you not have people that just tear you down for showing it? I'm like, there were people like that, and I removed them. Because, listen, if they're not helpful and they don't make me feel good, why would I keep them around? 24-hour life. That was way, way long ago. I might do one again. Probably soon. I might do it for the goat, right? To finish up the goat. See how this shape works for me. Probably once I unlock bits, right? Because I'll be honest, 24-hour streams are awful for your fucking viewership rates, right? Because your average viewer is fucking tanked after it. Because you get your regulars that come in at a regular time because you've built that consistency. And if you do a 24-hour stream, they are there for some of it and then they disappear. And then you don't have that consistency for YouTube. Hey, Black Tea, how's it going? It is on YouTube again. Yes, they are. They are on YouTube. I think there's a little bit of a delay on YouTube. I'm not 100% sure. There's a setting for it. 1 second. I'm going to unplug my oven and throw it into the ocean. Okay, now that that has been tossed into the ocean. Although, hold on, could you type something really quick on YouTube? I want to see if it shows up on YouTube. Good idea then. Yeah, it did. It shows up. So it's just, you should be able to see it on the screen regardless, right? I mean, I think the average viewer is not really something that matters past getting the first partnership, right, level. So you have access to bits and stuff. For right now, because I'm specifically trying to get the viewership to be like an average of 3 viewers, so I can unlock bits and then like subs and stuff. I don't want to do that right now, but I'll probably do it like next week or something if I get it. You see kid on the screen. Yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. So there you go. You guys can have the conversation through TV. What's it talking about? Oh no, yeah, but it's like I'm telling Moob, I'm like, man, I'm just not really a good person. If someone is not like benefiting my life, my choices, my like desire to improve, they are gone. They are out. Like they're no shot. I have very, very low friction with removing people from my life. Right? Like even on social media, right? This isn't to say anyone who has negative criticism is bad, right? This is not any like negative criticism. But if someone has proven time and time again that they are bad for my mental health, as far as like I feel good about this, right? Because I don't post art to like family chats or like friend chats and stuff because they don't respond. Like they don't say anything, they don't even really emote or anything. I have no idea if they've even seen it, right? Which I don't know which one would be worse, that they saw it and they didn't say anything, or if they just like didn't even look at it. But, you know, that would be really negative on my life, right? But I trust my friends a lot. I love them a lot. It would hurt so much more to have my friends say things about my art that I maybe don't want to hear from them, or they understand that, which makes it very difficult for them to say anything, right? And they're not like artists, and they don't have a good eye. They can't really say much more than like good or whatever. So I just don't post there, because the posting to my friends and family is more negative on my my own mental well-being than like the benefit of getting them to say something about it, right? I'm not like going to cut them out of my life because they're bad with my art, right? But if someone is like seeking out my art to say something negative about it, fucking mute, ban, removed, summarily executed, you know, tossed from a moving vehicle, right? Like that's they're gone. Because there is a way to like, if you can enjoy something, even if you think there's something wrong with it, you need to be able to say that you enjoy something, right? And if you can't even do that, why the fuck am I showing you my art? Because I'm doing you a favor because you don't like my art. I'm not going to show you my art. That's pretty much it. So I do appreciate Move a lot because they don't particularly like my art a lot. They do enjoy. They are very supportive as a friend though. So they're good. I like them a lot. Good friend. I wish I could help them more because they're struggling with mental stuff that I wish I could give. This and then, like the same thing a lot of people struggle with. Like Kit, you also have pointed out. You asked the same question at least that they did of me later. Because and there's not really a good answer other than just like find people who don't make you feel afraid to share your art. And let me catch up a little bit. It's a really good advice though. Apply a lot of the same ideology. You don't need to switch to Twitch if YouTube is better option for you, but it's going to get happy. Someone even just likes the hairstyle of fictional character I do. Instant block. Maybe don't do that, right? Go on YouTube when you aren't there. It's good. I think you attract those people like light attracts moths. That's good because I don't want an environment where everyone is just like toxically positive, right? There's a difference between like believing everything is good all the time, right? And being nice and encouraging and like making people feel like they're welcome and then giving them what they need, right? I personally, right, don't believe there is ever a reason for me to be critical unless someone asks me to be critical, right? And I almost expect that behavior from a lot of people, right? If you like something, say that you like something, right? If it's a piece of work for you, like if like this is a commission for kids, sort of, right? Sprung's collecting us like Pokemon. Well, it used to be all Germans. Still no Americans, I don't think. So, you know, there's that. Maybe one day I'll catch like a rare American viewer. That'll be fun. But like, if I'm making a piece of art for somebody and they say, I would really like it if you had this differently in there. For me, I don't care. It's the art for them, right? So I need to make that change for them. It's part about, for me, being a good person, knowing that this is not just like a product, but it means a lot to somebody else. So someone who is invested in this thing, wishing it was different or doing something different, gives me plenty of excuse to change something for them. I don't think that's criticism, but I can believe that someone could disagree with that and, you know, still appreciate stuff. So that's kind of the difference between just like blindly liking everything, which you should not do, regardless of anything, right? You should not just blindly like something. My time on this is going to be ass, because I'm focusing and chatting instead of drawing, which means that my commission rate is going to go through the roof. This is going to be a bad representation of how much I should charge based on hourly. But yeah, because there's a very big difference between being toxically positive, and being encouraging for growth. Because a lot of people find it off-putting. I've had my brother and his girlfriend talk about how, yeah, you're so nice. It's almost it feels insincere sometimes. And I'm like, that's insane, because I honestly don't know how to act any other way. But I accept that, and I can see how someone might be uncomfortable by the fact that someone is just blatantly trying to see the good in everything. It's not like my patience is infinite, right? There's definitely like a limit to it. This is the tricky part, because I don't want to lose the crispness to the line, so I don't want to use like an eraser with a soft edge to remove this line, but I do want to thin this line. So that's why it's always easier to work from light to dark, like your lightest light to your darkest dark, because you can always add dark easily. You just make it a little bit thicker. Is that a commission? Yes, sort of. Kit didn't pay me, but I'm using this as like my new commission sheet, right? I'm just gonna make like a GIF, and it stops at certain points and points out how much things cost. Because I haven't seen someone do it like that, and I don't know if it'll be a good idea or a bad idea, but it'll at least be unique. So maybe it'll turn some heads. Yes, but actually no. You're being a normal amount. Well, it is free labor, 100%. We should blame Kit for taking advantage of. No, I'm just kidding. I offered this as like, first person who shows up on the tomorrow is going to get the commission for this, whatever, right? For this commission sheet that I'm working on. And Kit just happened to be the first one, because Kit's always the first one to show up. All right. It's still a little bit thick here in the middle. And I'm picking which side to erase from based on how I'm looking at the form, right? If I feel like the inside needs to be bigger, I erase from the inside. And if I feel like the outside needs to be bigger, I erase from the outside. Or if I feel like the shape needs to be smaller, I erase from the outside. So it really is just shape carving, right? The same way you do in Blender or like molding clay and stuff like that. If you want a little bit more variation here. Kit is the early bird. I am the late wearer. I don't like the four implications of that. I should also have a roadmap for things that I want to accomplish. Now that I'm farther out for my friend's birthday, I'm less pressed, I think, to finish that up quickly, because I don't think it's going to contribute a ton to my animation portfolio. It'll probably look really good, but I don't think it'll contribute a ton. I'm somehow back onto this page. Here, for example, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, I think the chin needs to be a little bit more centered. So how do I do that? I erase from the inside on this side. This way, the chin is more centered this way. Just shape carving. And then we can make this side a bit darker here in the middle. So it makes it easier for us to curve into this. And because this is the lower side, we can go ahead and do a fun little trick, which is just make it a little darker. Probably I want to do a little bit thicker of a line though, so it doesn't take ages. And we can carve back a little bit. This line weight. Now that I'm, what's it called? Not at, what about the character? They look fun. That is the scene. Their lore is currently just a figment of my imagination. This is Worm. They are a demon. Came to absorb all of the negative emotion as food, I believe. And their body is very malleable because they are kind of just like a buildup of emotions, correct? Not that they're built up in emotion, but their body is made more of like energy and demony things than it is. At least this is the art fight profile that I have seen. But yeah, you guys missed the whole misogyny talk that I had earlier, right? About that video that I saw on that was about art fight. I was talking about how art fight has a misogyny problem, sort of, right? I don't think I agree necessarily with the findings, because the person was very scientific about it. They are scientists, so they know how to put together a good study. And they collected data. I don't necessarily agree with the conclusions that they came to, just because I'm more prone to giving people the benefit of the doubt, right? That's the wrong one. So this is an interesting case, actually. This chin is going to lead into a whole bunch of like value down here, right? So it's going to be quote unquote darker, right? But the shape as a whole, right? That's why I don't like stabilization too much. The shape as a whole is moving in this direction, right? So how do we imply this change in shape, right? Well, we just do simple principles, right? The farther away an object is, the darker it is. Just, you know, if we remove all light, right? If we remove all light in the situation, because you can do some fucky things with lighting, an object that is neutrally lit, brighter objects will be closer to the viewer than darker objects. So this goes the same way for saturation. Saturated objects are closer to the viewer, objects in focus are closer to the viewer, blah, 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 right? So you go down these lists. So when we're thinking about that, we're thinking about the list of like what these things do, right? So right now, the chin is the closest part. So I can go from the side here, and I can make the lines get darker as they go into the back. And by darker, I mean thicker, because thicker means darker, because it means a greater area that is less affected by light. And so we can give this illusion of the shape coming to the front, even though it's very simply lit. Like even if I take away the thing behind us, we still have this like clear, defined shape definition, right? Let's just ignore the massive bombshell. I was talking about it earlier and then I got distracted. No, basically the study just found that there is, by percentage, less female characters on ArtFight, right, as a website. He does it so, yeah, listen, you should be used to it by now, right? What's it called? There are less female characters on ArtFight, right? The study goes further into finding that characters with bios descriptions. Classic sprung ADHDs into a different conversation after leaving a grenade in a room. There's less characters that are female with bios and descriptions and stuff like that. Not only that, but it found that what's it called? Characters that were female were more likely to kind of just be accessory characters or props, right? There's a lot of discussion about how there were more gooner characters for women than there were for men. I'm definitely trying to change that one already, right? But there are more characters that are like gooner bait for women than men. And this, I feel like this finding is a little bit unfair to like the cultural norm in the West, right? The cultural norm in the West is that men have more agency than women, right? We see this in society. We see this in our storytelling, right? The last movie that I saw that had a female lead was Thunderbolts. If you watch Thunderbolts, you would probably agree with me in saying that the main character is Black Widow, Natasha's sister, right? It's not probably more of a drama. It is exactly, right? Every website is going to accidentally suffer from this. So I feel like the study didn't quite take into account the cultural, like, the background noise of like being on the internet in a Western centered space, unfortunately. But it kind of jumps to this conclusion that it sucks to be a woman, or women are hated because they are less represented and all this stuff, right? When I feel like in reality, yes, that's true to some degree, because society displays them as lesser, which is unfortunate. There's a lot of other factors, though, that play into it, right? People who are more likely to care about these issues are probably more likely to also stay in their lane, right? Which leads to people who don't know the experience not writing about the experience because they're afraid of making the mistakes. They're afraid of hurting people, right? Rightly so. It's very upsetting to hurt somebody that you wanted to help. And the backlash from it can be really awful. It can be terrible, right? It's like this person claims to be an ally, but the way they write women is terrible. And it's like, but I'm a guy who stays inside all the time and I don't talk to anybody because I'm, right? There's like a lot of reasons. How on earth would they have gained that information? They have factored the fact that people write their lore, their OCs. The video is actually really good about doing this, right? So they got a sample size, right? A proportionate sample size of ArtFight users by clicking random user, right? What they did was they took into account top 5 characters, like they did a differentiation between a brief bio and an in-depth bio, right? For example, an accessory character was a separate category, but it was basically just, it starts out, she is the mother of, she is the sister of, and then the bio doesn't really expand much more than that. They exist to fill out the lore of another character. That's an accessory character, right? And there was a point where the author of this video was talking about, or they were claiming that there was a lot of cases where characters were references like, I love it if you drew art of this OC or this character with their mother, their sister, right? Mentioning the character more as like an afterthought, an object. Also, fun fact, Kit, if your information is publicly available, you're kind of admitted into a study, right? As long as they're using purely publicly gained information, they have a right to use that information. Which I personally don't agree from, I personally agree with from a kind of freedom of information sort of deal. right? What I don't like is when companies use that information to sell you shit, because it's just annoying, kind of. I prefer, I've come to like understand how important ad revenue is to just like an internet culture, right? Because that's kind of the reason why the internet has been free for so long, is that it's been fueled off of advertisement, right? If it can no longer like advertise and sell things, you're going to see a lot of people lose a lot of money. And a lot of spaces are going to wither because of that. It's just like an unfortunate side effect, right? Like the Red River Valley? Not the Red River. Yes, the Red River Great Log Jam, right? You take it away and then you just stuff like that. Do care afraid of misrepresenting someone, but the fact that you are concerned is good because it means you like uncertainty or not. It's true. There's unfortunately a lot of people less mature than you, Black Tea, who will say, you did this thing, you're bad, I can't believe you've done this, and then not give a chance for mistake. Because we also, ironically enough, in the West, have this culture of getting social points for dunking on someone, right? It is no longer a culture about failing and accepting, which is why a lot of people have a fear of trying, right? They have a fear of trying because it is socially incentivized to make someone else look bad, to make yourself look better. It's good because you care. Then what about Reddit ChatGPT study? I thought you needed explicit information to access the data. So Reddit can sell the information. That's kind of part of the agreement when you're on these social media sites, is that they have the ability to do stuff with that. There are laws that prevent certain informations from being spread. For example, Twitter needs to know your location to be able to like properly get the fastest data connection, right? There are laws preventing Twitter from selling people's immediate location data, right? I agree to those laws, right? But if you are using the website for its intended purpose, which this artist and scientist was doing, they were clicking random user and then taking some notes, right? There's nothing illegal about that. When you get into a little bit more difficulty is when you have an automated program scrape information for you. That's a little bit more of a gray area. I have to look at it and how it be used. And the interesting thing with ChatGPT, I'm kind of okay with it, right? I'm more okay with it now, mostly because of that lawsuit between Disney and Universal against ChatGPT, right? Because I'm more afraid of what Disney is going to do with any rights that they gain through that lawsuit than I am afraid of ChatGPT getting all the information, building a model, right? You need explicit permission to access certain data, right? If I go to your profile and you have your pronouns listed, I do not explicitly need information that. I do not explicitly need permission to get your profiles from your profile. I do not need explicit information, like permission, to get your pronouns from your profile because it's a public space. People need to be aware that when you post things to a public space, people have public access to that information, right? You can try and do like different things, like I think Instagram will allow things like do not repost my work. Same thing, Newgrounds will also has like a terms and conditions that you can check where it's like do not allow my work to be shared, right? If you check these boxes, you are more protected than you were before, right? But bad actors can still be bad actors, right? But legally speaking, you have some recourse if they do that. Anyway, got a little bit off topic. They collected all this information, right? And they this information does say some things for certain. There are less women on art fight, like original characters, art fights, right? While as a whole, female characters on art fight, or female leaning characters, female and female leaning characters on art fight have more descriptive bios than male characters. They are fewer far between. And in addition to this, the percentage of female characters are also listed as accessory characters, as well as mostly just kind of gooner bait, right? Which to them is a problem, but you gotta see how society and narratives explain women, right? Usually, in our society, these roles have been presented as no agency, less sort of like, less importance. which is not true because they are people in every sense of the way, right? And when we try to represent people with characters, you lose some things, but it's unfortunate that this background radiation of culture has produced artists and people who, without thinking, are making these characters and these decisions, right? The first step to doing anything about it is being aware that it's happening. So I think they're doing a fine job by collecting this information and presenting it. I feel like their assessment skipped straight towards a little bit towards malice, right? And less of kind of just like, this is kind of just the way people are doing it because they're not thinking about it, right? Even the last film that I saw, Thunderbolts, that had a female lead, the story wasn't about her, right? She was almost an accessory character to Bob, which is a Sentinel, right? She's almost an accessory character because the only role she serves is figuring out her own emotional like traumas and stuff, and then imparting that wisdom onto Bob. Because he is the threat, he is the problem, he's the main thing. But as a character, he's kind of the central point of the story. So it's a little unfortunate that even in like a female lead of the most recent movie that I watched, right? The female lead is not the center of the story. That is a cultural thing that we change by trying, right? And making an environment where it's okay to fail, right? Right? We need to start accepting people's apologies. We need to, like, when someone says, okay, how do I fix this? We don't take them for like this like sarcasm or whatever. We believe them, we give them the chance, right? It's very hard for me to write a character that is not male and doesn't have like my specific cultural background because I don't know another specific cultural background, right? It's a little harder to write. I'm still gonna try it, right? With Roxanne, the lead singer in Kill Your Darlings, the band that's in the same universe as Robbie and the Robots. The percentages look like for female characters, there were like 42% female total, 49% male characters, right? And the in-betweens were kind of more just like other characters, like objects, no gender leaning, stuff like that. Also, research showing that even in female lead movies, male actors have more screen speaking time. That, yeah, right? This is something that if we want to change, we just have to be, you know, promoting people that are doing it well, right? If you want to see someone who writes women really well in like big spaces, follow creators that write women really well, right? I'm going to stumble a lot, right? Because I'm not a woman. Surprising. Actually, I can't say that because it does shock a lot of people that come to watch me. But I'm not a woman. I can't write that story. I can really kind of write a very narrow character well, right? But I can generally write people like a generalization well, right? Because I talk to a lot of people. I kind of have an idea of how a person should act. The same way like I do a lot of gestures, I have an idea of how gestures should work, right? Is it going to be like perfectly fine-tuned to like the culture? No, absolutely not, right? I can do some research and I can make some assumptions and I can write a character around that based on character traits and flaws and stuff that may or may not reflect the cultural background. And someone might cry foul. They say, I can't believe you wrote this character that was black coded and you made them angry. This was a big problem. This is a big problem in Steven Universe, right? Steven Universe is a fantastic show. Steven Universe is a fantastic show. And the fandom was so reactionary, it stopped caring about the fact that it was a fantastic show and elevated it to a position that became its downfall. It didn't matter that this show is doing LGBT representation, cultural representation, minority representation better than any other show. What people were focused on is like, I can't believe this trope did this, when the people didn't even really understand the trope. The biggest one that I watched a couple of videos on was Bismuth, right? If you watch Steven Universe, there is a character who is an armsmith. They make weapons, right? They were very black-coded. They were bubbled for a very long time. They were kind of, quote-unquote, betrayed by Pink Pink Diamond, which is Steven's mom. Sorry for the spoiler alert. And she is rightly angry because they feel betrayed and like they don't belong, right? And so they're very angry. And a lot of people are like, I can't believe you made an angry black woman character. And they completely failed to read the story and watch the story and realize that the character was justified in their anger. Right? They got so caught up in avoiding the tropes, they forgot to look at this character, as a person. And this can be that kind of pitfall where it's you get more social credit for dunking on something and for being antagonizing and trying to like cause division, right? Claiming you are better than this because of this, right? And so these people, because they are people on Tumblr, people on whatever, didn't like Bismuth. And I think Bismuth was a fantastic character because they had this amazing arc of coming to terms with the fact that they wanted to like kill other gems to win the war wasn't a good solution. To distinguish between characters, tropes, and actual character depth. Exactly. Right? But, you know, besides the point, it's like, you know, I'm going to make these mistakes. The lead singer for Kill Your Darlings, the band that is also in the same universe as Robbie and the Robots, and is a major influence to the drummer on Robbie and the Robots, right? Because the drummer is a person of color, minority, right? And she's a woman, right? And the singer for Kill Your Darlings, Roxanne, comprehension skill, it's a very hard skill to get, but it's not like something you can really blame people for. They're being reactionary because this is the culture that they grow up in, right? So you need to give people some leeway, some forgiveness, some path forward. You need to be like, they were doing this thing and the mistake was this, and it's okay to make this mistake. It's okay to accidentally be misogynist, right? It's okay to have, first of all, it's just okay to just, if you want to just draw male characters, to just draw male characters. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's a million and one reasons why someone would only draw male characters, right? You just have to be aware of these reasons, right? Not like you have to, but it's always better to be aware of the reasons why you draw a character, right? So there's nothing wrong with that, right? I forgot my train of thought. I lost it. Shoot. Look at me. It sure is. Because it's okay to be like accidentally racist. It's okay to be accidentally misogynistic as long as you are willing to correct behavior once it is pointed out. The problem is people get very defensive. They don't want to believe it. They don't want to objectively look at themselves and ask people who they are close to or consult with other people in their community about this, right? And it's something that everyone's going to fall into. It's a pit trap. It's very easy to fall into. You can get very emotional, very driven about things. And humans are very emotional creatures, right? Humans are not logical beings, right? They kind of get caught up in whatever the last thing that made them feel something is. And that's fine. I think that's fine. Because once you know that that's a thing, you can change that a little bit, right? Internalized misogyny, but I call myself out every time I notice. That's fair. And try to be generous with yourself, right? Don't try to find like an excuse, but trying to find a reason for it is different from like trying to find an excuse. An excuse is an explanation that you don't try to change or you don't try to fix. Or sorry, an excuse is an explanation you don't use to change, right? An explanation is something that you can then use to like inform future decisions. And I feel like the difference is people are so quick to call foul on explanations because, granted, a lot of people don't change, right? People don't change unless they want to. That's kind of a big thing. Which, you know, it's just also kind of part of being human. So we just do our best. Why is that? Why is what? Which one specifically? I've said a lot of things, and I have forgotten a lot of the things I said. There's no delay, according to my thing, but... I haven't to Catchup on Big Top. Shoot. I was watching Digital Circus last night and I forgot to catch up on Big Top also. Do I want to get fancy with the gums? I don't think I do. I want to just keep it as simple as I can. Big Top Sins. The need to actively change is specifically with regards to having a bias towards certain characters. It's true. And you're never going to get rid of these biases no matter what. Because a lot of these biases are how it interacts with other people's feelings and interactions, right? Something in one group might not be racist, but something in another group might be, right? And this is not like, I'm not talking about like people outside, I'm like specifically inside of your own minority, right? For example, my uncle affectionately calls his family cholos, right? And I'll do this sometimes too. I'm like, ¿Qué estás haciendo, cholo? ¿Por qué haces así? Right? Stuff like that. Cholo is kind of an insult, by the way. So it's not something I can just like say culturally, right? But it's something that comes up in the dialect, right? And when I'm around people who have been made to feel uncomfortable by this or who have told me they have been uncomfortable by this, I don't do that. But it's also, for me in my familial culture, is just a thing. It's a word that doesn't have the same meaning for some people. The biggest example of this is the N-word, right? Some people of color have no problem saying the N-word. Other people of color don't want to say it no matter what, right? It really is depending on the person and, you know, the culture you're trying to interact with. Because that culture doesn't just have to be like whatever, right? You also don't have to be constantly policing yourself, right? People make mistakes. Be forgiving with yourself and, you know, try and change. Try. You can only try. There is no do or do not. Yoda was wrong. Motherfucker lived to 900 years old. He perfected things in ways that we will never understand. I want to grab this one next. Substance administering and weird one is so wild. Yoda said, listen, Yoda left that child with no child support, alright? All I'm saying is that the Mandalorian was there to fill the space that Yoda did not. The N-word one is crazy, right? But it's just like, it is a generational trauma thing, right? And you kind of need to let people experience generational trauma at their own, like, definitely a fraud. What? I do like the part where he sets that tree on fire. And then, like, he's a Force ghost and he sets the tree on fire and Luke loses his mind. That was a really funny moment. Epic Yoda win. Casual Yoda win. Let me double check on that line. Yeah, it needs to be edited a little bit. I do like that part too. Casually commits arson as a ghost. Fucking me. That's me coded as hell. Ugh, I'm gonna have to do the other horn now. Sith apology. I don't like the Sith either, alright? Let's be honest. So what I said. You know, Star Wars bad lip reading song about it? I don't know. What's the Star Wars bad lip reading about it? Sounds funny. If I was working on pencil, by the way, I would be refining these sketch lines a little bit more. Bye, roll. Sorry, he didn't stay for longer. We were talking about a lot of stuff for a bit there. I think I want to trim this down to here based on the other one. I play with the dog while you guys watching. Aww, good doggy. Dog mention. You gotta send pictures of the doggy. Everyone will love pictures of the doggies. Everyone like that. Glad we could fill the space for you. My grandma drops them off. Aww. So you're saying you hate cats. Stop doing the Twitter thing. It won't work twice. Oopsies, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong number. Yeah, I think that's a bit much. Yeah, I like that one better. I like cats more than dogs. Wouldn't get myself either of them. That's fair. It's a lot of effort. It's always trying to start chaos. Always trying to start something, this guy is. This fella. I think my funniest, or the funniest, because I don't know why, I just was reminded all of a sudden. Because there's people that'll be like, oh, dude isn't a gender neutral term. You can't say bro as a gender neutral term. Would you sleep with someone named bro? Would you call your wife dude? It's like, bet your ass I would. I'm gonna be balls deep coming hard saying, dude, you're doing so good. It's like, it's not really a great, because the problem I have is not with like people saying that, right? Because people's pronouns are important, right? It's important to them. It matters, right? Someone doesn't like to be called dude. That's fine. I believe personally that dude can be neutral, like gender neutral. I don't think bro is either. Like, I think they're so commonplace used that they're kind of gender neutral, right? Dudify everyone unless I'm asked not to. Exactly, right? Streaming commentary, right? If someone asks nicely, don't do it, right? That's kind of just the whole thing. But don't try to catch somebody in a logical fallacy, right? The problem I have is not like, oh, they're trying to stand up for the pronoun. The problem I have is that they're trying to ask you not to do it by making you feel uncomfortable. And that's just not going to work on a lot of people. It just doesn't work. And if you ask someone nicely and they don't do it for something that's like a low effort like that, fucking mute, block, you know, summarily execute them throwing out of a move vehicle. Kinda, that's just, you know, people are too unwilling to just like block people. You don't have to engage with them. You can just leave. The door's not locked. You can go. I think that's fine. I think I need to bring this in a little tighter. Dude, bro, blood are definitely in the gender neutral area in my opinion. But definitely, as you all said, respect boundaries. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Because language is such a flexible thing, right? There's like a Latin professor. It's like, I don't care about all the pretenses of language and like grammar and all that stuff. Language is meaning. If you get the meaning across, that's good enough. If I can't understand what you're saying, then you're not going to get a good grade. But as long as you get the point across, that's all that matters. I'm not going to grade you on grammar. I do think I want to grab a little bit more of the shape going through here. So I have an interesting dilemma coming up, right? I have a shape that is a volume like this, right? Where I can see a section of this, right? This is still visible, even though it's really close, right? Because it's a very like in perspective cylinder. This section is at least, right? It's not like this other one where I could just draw a shape and then hide it with the other shape coming through, right? Because this is a little bit more visible than this side, just because of the way the head I have depicted is turning. Realistically, it's a very symmetrical face, so I could get away with just drawing the same thing twice. But I feel like it's a little bit more dynamic to show the curve here. So how do I show the curve of this horn, right? And keep the line weight going? Well, we're gonna find out. I'm gonna fucking try. I think drawing more lines, right? Thin lines that end in like a darker at the bottom, right? Is going to give us more of that receding effect. Like this, right? So basically what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using the crevices that I talked about earlier, right? So the crevices are the parts that as they start to go to the back, you start seeing less and less of them, right? So I'm going to use the increasing amount of crevices as well as how far down they go to show depth and curvature. So that's kind of the goal, right? So I can come in here with a really thin. And as these thin lines get close together, they're going to add some value. And so we kind of have this effect of it going backwards. I'm going to have to do it a little bit nicer here because the curve is more like this, but you get the idea. You get the picture. By the way, I'm going to cheat at Art Fight Kit. Please don't use this for like your character description yet, because this is gonna be the first attack. Because I spent so much time just drawing and doing it. This is public cheating, but we're gonna be cool about it, all right? Everyone's gonna keep their mouth shut. Like, hold on, wait, hold on. I got something. Everyone's gonna keep their mouth shut. We're all gonna be really cool about it. No one is going to alert the authorities, all right? Nobody says anything, and everyone gets out of the stream okay and unharmed. Okay. Gun goes away. No more gun. Oh, jeez. And so even this, I think I'm going to... I still have to take a million tries even with this line weight assistance. That's okay. Oh, right, we have to pick teams. That's a great question. What team did you pick? I'll pick the opposite. Where is my Art Fate stuff? Art Fates. Let's put this over here for now. Does that mess up the ratios? A little bit, yeah, now it's massive. Epilogue in. Yes. I have edits, maybe? Team. Right. Uh-huh. I'm looking, I'm definitely, I know exactly where to do this. Don't worry. I have no idea where to do this. You gotta tell me what I'm doing. Biblically accurate American FibTuber. You're not wrong. It's always a gun. It's always somewhere. I'm in my what's it called? Profile stuff. And I don't know. I assume it would be under profile. There's links over there. Profile, blah blah blah, it's BBC coded. Maybe it's on the homepage, perhaps? Oh, fossils versus crystals. Okay, cool. I kind of want to be fossils. Fossils are cool. But geology is also very cool, so, you know. Let's see. Haven't picked yet. I was planning to pick the opposite of one you go with. It is my first art fight. I have no idea how any of this shit works. My page looks like trash. So we can't pick our thing until 5 days from now, right? Is that the deal? I'm probably gonna go fossils. I like fossils. Bones are like robots, but made of calcium. Realistically, you're just a mech piloted by a skeleton, so... Fuck, I have 5 days to get Robbie's and everyone else from Robbie and the Robots done. That's, well, maybe I cancel some stuff. I need to cancel me being away and do so. Gonna go crystals. Okay, cool. Fossil superiority. Let's go. I don't know what that means. Let's fucking go. Nope, that's the wrong one. There's the music back on screen. And let's put this back over on this side so it's not a million times bigger than it's supposed to be. All right. Cool, 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 cool. The thing that I was doing is doing this horn. I think fossils are really awesome. One of the recent things I was watching, because I watched a lot of Mini Minuteman, so I know about the La Brea tar pits, and I kind of know more or less like how it works and stuff like that, but I didn't really know the full deep dive. I had no idea that a lot of tar fossils are actually just like fully preserved bone, right? Because usually what happens during the fossilization process is that bones are compressed, right? Once bones are compressed, all of the organic material is consumed by bacteria and like filtered out, right? Turned into gases, escapes through cracks, all that stuff. But because it had been in the same place for so long, covered by such a dense like sedimentary rock, other stuff, like it kind of holds the shape, right? This is how fossils are formed. And then once this shape is kind of in there, lighter elements, I can't exactly remember what fossils tend to be made out of, right? I'm sure there is like a specific mineral that tends to filter through more often than others. But basically, as the more sedimentary material filters through the cracks that are less supported, you kind of fill up this mold as air slowly escapes, and then the fossil kind of is replaced by deposited whatever. So fossils aren't bones; they're rocks that are kind of just like the perfect mold. That's why the fracture lines exist. When you crack open a fossil, they pull open. People are like, I think I've seen people say, how can this be a real, like, this isn't real. They cracked the rock and it's perfectly there. Like, it would shatter in half. What are you talking about? The reason is because the rock has certain structure lines, because it's sedimentary, sedimentary rock that is formed around something else. So this thing cracks exactly along that because that's where the weak stress points are. It's where these minerals don't have as much bonding. That's how they were able to filter through down into these molds in the first place. So that's generally why it cracks easily and nicely. The cleanup is where you get a lot of the fucky stuff where you'll mess stuff up. But like, just like smacking big geodes open with a rock to see what's inside, generally you'll be able to find something good. Without breaking it. Generally. Fossils are sick as hell. Because they can tell us so much just from like what the species is in the area. Because a lot of species are really, really, really niche focused, especially like smaller species. So La Brea tar pit stuff is primarily determined, like what's in the environment, based on what else gets fossilized next to it, right? So we know a lot of the fossils coming from the La Brea tar pits are like sedimentary wash up that were secondarily covered up by tar, or, well, the ones that have the microfossils in them tend to be like that. Yeah, exactly. Bottom line, fossils cool. Animals are awesome. And learning about them in any capacity is always really cool. Let me zoom out. I'm giving them a kind of unrealistic horn pattern, right? Because normally horns are a lot taller than they are flatter, but you get a little flatness. There is like ram's horns will have like a very flat budding part at the top, so you could kind of make the argument for it, but it's not a very realistic horn depiction. Just trying to picture how I want this to be. Especially the outline. Yeah, okay, so the problem I'm running into is that this line down here needs to be way shallower than it is. I'm probably still gonna have like a full receding line there. What that means is that that is where light is going to be so... Basically, that surface right here is so far away from the light that it's so far away from our perspective that it's basically parallel with our view. So it creates a line because there's no light bouncing directly towards us. Not complicated sciencey stuff. Counter argument: crystals are shiny and cool to look at. So, crystals. Honestly, more complicated than fossils because the formation of crystals depends on incredibly specific circumstances, right? Hydrofluorite, I think it's hydrofluorite. I might be very wrong. Let me look this up so that I'm not talking out of my badump. Is it hydrofluorite or hydra? I think it's hydra. There's hydrofluoric acid. This is a different crystal that I'm thinking of. But it's still just as cool. I think I'm just talking about fluorite crystals. Fluorite is different than the one that I'm talking about. Anyway, there is a crystal, for example, that can only be counterpoint denied. Crystals that can only form in very specific circumstances, right? One that's amazing that I like a lot is wolfenite. So wolfenite is a high iron crystal that forms in a junction that I think it's chlorine. Basically, it comes out, wolfenite is an extremely poisonous mineral, right? That can, just fucking kill people. I have some of it somewhere, just in case, No, I used to have like a box set of like rocks and stuff. And the best part about geology is that most of it, you can lick it, right? Licking it is a big part of finding out what the actual material is made out of, because our sensors can taste ions, right? And what that means is you can kind of find out what the whether or not a crystal is made under alkaline situations or under... I want more of a turn. Something like that. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Wait, what? Debunked yourself, atheist. What? Can you do that with fossils? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Do what with fossils? Yo, you actually can. So this is the best part. Look up crystal fossils, because sometimes the deposited minerals in fossils will be like crystal solutions, right? Basically, it's a solution of liquid and water that is beneficial towards... not beneficial, it's more prone to crystallizing in like out of solution, because generally what happens with crystals is that you have some mixture of different elements that create chemicals and stuff, and these lattice structures will fall out of solution over time and crystallize on the bottom because the poles of... oh, licking them, you can lick fossils, but you can't tell what they are unless they're made out of salt or pyrite, because there are pyrite fossils. You can't tell where they're from, but you you can tell how crystals form based on whether or not they are more alkaline or acidic, because that tells you how many free ions are in the mineral that makes up the solution. If they have a neutral taste, it means that they are neither, and they're very unlikely to dissolve, right? But yeah, you can get stuff like, what's it called? Crystal fossils, because whatever filters down into the like mold will then crystallize out of solution, right? It's not like gemmy as perfect as it would make it sound. There's some really amazing examples out there. I think opal fossils are the best example. Let's see if I can do that. A lot of ways I admit crystals are cooler and tastier, so I apologize. So crystals are tastier, I will admit that. Okay, so here is, I'm just gonna post this in the Discord. Here's like a screen grab of fossils that have opal in them, right? I forget exactly what, because you can grow opals very easily. I'm not saying it's gonna be easy, but they're like easier. I gotta get around to watching these stream codes. My stick. Oh wait, I have seen this when I was a kid. I don't remember any of the lyrics. But yes, these are basically the minerals have a lot of like crystalline things. There's like crystalline solution. Another one that's really cool is pyrite fossils. This one is not pyrite fossils. But because pyrite, fool's gold, is a ferrous mineral that has a very gold-like luster to it, it can dissolve out of solution, which is separate from gold, which is not a mineral, it's an element, and it like itself bonds. So gold crystals, quote unquote, are really just like gold is just really stable lattice structure-wise. But these pyrite fossils are very cool because they basically just were like it looks like you made a metal cast of this fossil. And what it is just like this ferrous solution kind of filtering down into into this shape. And it's basically the exact same thing as a cast, except with a mineral instead of, molten metal. So there's just some really cool examples. Here's one that you might find something more like what you would find in the wild, like in nature, like finding it out of the rock. And it doesn't look as impressive, right? Obviously, these have been polished slightly. But you can tell that this has more of like a metal to it. But yeah. Very cool. I think this one is fake. Not the one that I just posted, the one I'm looking at that you guys can't see. But yeah. Alright. Back to stream, I'm still on the talk. This is gonna go poorly on my performance review. I'm gonna have to go back through the chat and find out back through the stream and find out how much I was actually doing it. I'll lick my fossils anyways. Try and stop me. Very true. You can always lick your fossils. Unless they're dirty. Then you might get a bacterial infection. And then maybe don't do that. But still. You can lick them. Geology lessons was fun. I think knowing about the world will make you a better artist. Because the more things you know, the more believably you can portray them, right? If I was to draw a fossil and I didn't know that fossils are not bones, I would give them maybe like a brown tinted color or like an off-white color, right? So artists benefit from knowing a little bit about everything for sure. Because now I know, oh, it's just a cast of bone, which means that it's very different from actual bone. It's going to have a lighter color than the rock around it because it tends to be smaller particles that condense into a different sediment. Aw, look at the baby wag his tail. So it informs my decision on how I try to depict things, right? It's not going to make you a better artist overnight, right? But it makes decision making faster because now you're not worried about, it's like, well, how would a fossil look? I don't think I've ever really seen a fossil. I guess I'd have to look up some pictures. I'm trying to break down what these references are actually. This one kind of looks like it's this spot. What is this spot here? I don't know. They look really cool, but it just kind of looks like it's lighter than the rock around it, right? Mention that you are the perfect boy. You hear that, Maho? They're saying that you're the perfect little baby boy. But yeah. Instead, if I already know about fossils, right? If I've done some research prior to it, if I know what they're made of, how they work, how they're formed, I'll be like, oh, okay, what I want to do is I take the skeleton of a creature, kind of compress it in one direction unilaterally, and then we have like this weird distorted shape. So I can draw the creature fully fleshed out, right? I can draw the ichthyosaur with its little head and eyes and bones. Wow, this is why you shouldn't sketch with like high stabilization, because it cuts off a lot of stuff. I can draw the ichthyosaur with all its teeth and everything as a fossil, and then what I do is I just take half of it. Ichthyosaur has lots of bones in its fossils. I think it had a dorsal fin here. I can't remember exactly. I don't think it was a bone dorsal fin, so it doesn't matter. So I can take this and then I can just squish it in one direction with like a quick transform. Control T, and then we just do control and we go squish. And like, okay, so that's an accurate representation of how fossils are compressed, right? And so now I don't have to think about why is it looking like this. I know why it looks like this, and I can recreate the effect by quite literally recreating the effect, right? I just take it in one direction and I squish down, right? I do a transform that is wrong, right? Because I'm not trying to preserve volume, I'm actively trying to destroy volume. So because I know this, I can just straight up do it. And then it comes to color and all that stuff, and I can do studies on rocks and things. I can make these decisions quickly because I know more about it. Same thing with light, right? I can make educated guesses because I have studied the physics of how the light works, right? Travels as a wave and as a particle. The waveform collapses when you look at it. All that stuff, right? Which is insane, by the way. The fact that like waveforms collapse when you observe them into a single state, that's upsetting a little bit. Knowing that to some extent our universe is observable and it behaves differently when we're not observing it. But again, that only matters at like the highest level of physics, right? You are not ever going to come into a situation that doesn't involve quarks where you're gonna have to worry about, oh, I was watching this thing. I know, it's shocking, I know. Knowledge is good. You're never gonna come into a situation in real life where, oh, I'm not looking at this thing, it's gonna behave differently. Super passionate about that stuff. But it's easy to be super passionate about stuff, right? You just need to start loving to learn, right? And once you love learning, you become super passionate about it. That I just gave the advice of just do it again. But I feel like as a generalist, this is kind of the only thing that is my advantage, right? The only like talent that I might have is that instead of hyper like focused on something, like my hyper fixation on something, I am so passionate and interested in learning everything. Get into any of that. Can you believe to learn? Gotta believe that I can learn. It's like Tinkerbell, right? If you don't believe in it, it dies. I think I want to just cut it off there. I need to get rid of this line. I'm not going to be able to see what I'm trying to do with it here. The other thing about stabilization is that it doesn't feel like a line. So you're naturally going to draw differently when you're using stabilization. And I don't think that's really conducive to a very loose workflow. So you lose a lot of dynamic stuff. Drawfee reference. None of you will get. No! I keep meaning to draw, like to watch Drawfee. I promise. I keep meaning to and I keep forgetting. I definitely do. I keep meaning to do it. I need a different angle for this. I'm not going to get it like that. That's a little bit better. I want to grab more of a curve out of this line. I think that stabilization and lining and inking is something that you should focus on after getting really good at sketching structure, right? Because this is what happened to me when I switched from traditional to digital. So that nothing I lined ever looked good. Like this is right now, this is the first time I'm kind of getting happy with my line work, right? It might be hard to believe, but it's kind of the first time that I've actually been able to successfully and consistently create lines and like shapes that I like. And it's because for the last 6 months, basically, well, probably closer to like 3 or 4, that I have been just really hammering in, focusing on gesture, shape, form, dynamics and stuff like that. Because actually more for the past 2 years been really nailing perspective and structure. It might be today, we don't know. It's still a long day. We got a long way to go. What was I talking about? Yeah. So if you come from a traditional background and digital art feels like you can't get the shapes right, it's probably, I'm willing to bet, that like me, when you are drawing with pencil, you are not actually drawing. That sounds really weird for me to say. But if you are used to doing a lot of shading with your pencil, you're not drawing, you are painting. And this is, I would use mechanical pencils all the time, right? And I would do all the values and everything in the gradients. I use graphite like a paintbrush. And because of that, I didn't really know how to simplify forms, because I was always using reference and painting until I got the shape right, right? Because with painting, you can kind of push and pull in a different way that you can push and pull with structure. Is currently struggling with digital line art. Yes. Right now, I'm able to look at the shape as a whole instead of before when I didn't really have the eye to see the shape. So practice on drawing with a pen helps the most, because you're not tempted to add shading. You're not tempted to, oh, let me just fix this by fudging the line a little bit, right? You draw the line once, and if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. It really kind of like forces you to get good at converting these painterly shapes that we see in the world, because the world is better represented through painting than it is through line, right? Because showing light through a gradient is more accurate to how light behaves in the real world than showing shape and form through lines, because lines aren't real. Lines are fake. There's no such thing as a line. Anyone who told you that there was, they're wrong. They're just trying to bait you into buying their art course. No, but oops. So that might help you. Just especially if you do a lot of drawings with shading, right? Because It's really tempting because pencil gradients look so nice. Getting that that graphite to just like brush on the page, and every little bump in the paper just kind of gives it like this little nice little like texture. Ooh, it's so nice. It's so very nice, and you don't have that in digital, right? A lot of people try it. A lot of people do this, like all these like things to get like the perfect, what's it called? The perfect pencil that's going to behave the exact same way and all that stuff as a regular whatever. There's so many of those, and it's never the same because in digital art you are drawing, right? You are using a pen, and you're using a lot of tools to make it look like you're not. I love how I could always post inspirational, helpful advice in the coach channel, and then I'm just there to bullshit. What did you put in the what did you put in the coach channel? Lines aren't real. Listen, all right. All statements are true except for the ones that are false. Oops. I kind of really like how that fades out. Right here, I'm trying to focus on this shape because I want to depict the fact that this side is moving away from the head, and at the same time, the horns are kind of sprouting from this spot right here. So I'm kind of balancing where I want this ambient occlusion to lie, because I'm not really thinking about this as shading right now, right? Shading is something that's slightly different. We're going to render this character, so it's going to have, we're going to do shading in a different step. Right now, I need to be able to see this anatomy. And by anatomy, I mean the structures of the fundamental shapes, not necessarily like the physics anatomy of where the muscles go. The physical anatomy of where the muscles go. What I'm talking about is this cylinder shape that I have for the horns. I need to make sure that this reads extremely well as just line before I move on to the next stage. Because every time we move up a stage, it gets harder to fix something. Do I want this to be more rounded? Kind of. I think a more rounded approach to that works a little bit better. And this one being sharp works nicely. I appreciate all of the quotes though. They're all very funny and they're all very nice. I like seeing what inspires you guys to get the quotes. Because I do want to be a silly little guy, but I also want to help you. I want to help everyone, so. We gotta find that nice middle ground where I say shit like, what's it called? So you want to know how planes work? Well, here's the quick and dirty behind the gas station $5 blowjob of it. Right? And then talk about planes. I think that would make a great short, right? A great YouTube short or something. I'm gonna be so popular with like preteens who are trying to be edgy. It's not funny. It's not funny. I can't do that. Oh my gosh. You really need yeah. Because I was thinking about this last night. Basically like if you've seen Arcane or even seen the characters in Arcane, they have a very stylized view of lighting, right? Where the cheek plane, right? This plane right here. Oops, that's not. this plane right here, right? Because it comes down this way and is interrupted by the nose plane, right? And then the eye plane sits on top of it. You kind of have this space right here that comes down into the cheek plane, right? Arcane art is great. It is really good. It is really, really good. Artistically and narratively, it's pretty nice. I like what it does with, if you want to see male characters that are not written like traditional male characters and have female leads that actually have agency and impact in the story, Arcane is very good. But they have this stylization where there's a spot right here next to the nose and between the eye, or next to the eyes and like between the nose, that is always bright, right? And a lot of people are like, why does it look like that? Or at least I'm thinking to myself, why does it look like that? I know people have that, but I've never really put too much thought about it, right? And it's because it's the exact same thing as everything else, right? The plane that we see, the plane that we see connects like this, and then this other plane sits on top. So it's not weird that this section here is going to be shadowed the same way, lit the same way as this section, right? It's facing the same amount of light. So what's the weird thing is the nose here, because it's changing away from perspective, the brightest spot is going to be in the middle here. And so we're going to have dark stuff around it. So this looks like it's unnaturally bright because it's right there in the section. It's right next to some really dark stuff. But I think they do a really good job of keeping that together. And that, my friends, is the cheap and dirty $5 behind the gas station blowjob you'll ever get on how planes that are closer to your eye are going to be lit up as a whole shape, and we need to account for shapes that are inside of shapes. This head shape might have one lighting source, right? Where it's like, oh, there is a gradient where from here down it gets slightly darker. Nope. Eventually my thing. There we go. This gets darker, and then you have a core shadow that's like here. But on that, you're going to have different shapes. So this shape is going to stick out for the nose, and this section is going to be closer than this section. So this is going to be darker. And then you have this side, and this is going to catch the light separately because this is on the cheek plane, than this general core shadow. So then we're going to light this up bright, right? We're going to have to erase the stuff that's on this layer, right? It's because it's going to be bright, and you need to make sure that it's brighter than the regular core shadow, right? Don't clip that. And so that's how you got to think about, like, big shapes to small shapes, right? Everyone always says big shapes to small shapes. That's what it means. It means I don't think that's like the best way I can present that joke. I feel like the joke can be better presented in a different way. in a more professional kind of like, here's how to actually study this instead of whatever I just did. You can clip it if you want. I don't care. I'm never going to tell somebody not to clip something. If you thought it was funny, clip it. The only thing you can't clip is like personal information or stuff like that, right? Like if my mom shows up on camera and doesn't consent to being on the stream, don't clip my mom. Oopsies. Oopsies again. I thought I reset the thing for some reason. I'm bad at clipping. I think you do fine. But yeah. Big to small just means like you're literally going big shape. What part is closest to us? This part. This is going to be higher in value. Where's the lighting? Here, the core shadow is going to land across this. Bam. Okay, now let's put a nose right on that spot, right? quite literally, you can do something like this, right? And then, okay, this center spot is going to be bright. So we're going to pick a color that's not quite this. It's going to be brighter. It's still going to be that neutral tone. So as we're moving up, we want to keep saturation. So we're going to move towards the warmth. We can go in the middle here. Right? So we have this brightness directly in the middle. You'll see that the center is bright, and then the outsides are slightly darker. Right? That is no lighting. This is how to show form in a neutrally lit environment. I'm only clipping if it's absolutely necessary, also known as a Maho incident. I need to go back and turn that into a short, because that was really funny where he's just backing up. And then we have the lighting scenario, right? What kind of light do we have? Do we have very focused, like bright light? If that's the case, we're gonna have something very tonal. Go back to my turn it then and turn the opacity down to like 48. I don't like this necessarily. And then where do we have our core shadow? Let's grab our darkest dark from this original one. And then let's come back and darken it. So we're going to go towards blue and a little bit darker to keep saturation. This would probably be better as a soft brush. I hit undo too many times. Like this. Probably it would realistically be closer to here that would have it. I guess if I wanted to really do it, I have to rata. Try not to spend too much time on this because this is not the goal here. The goal is to draw the thing and not spend all my time doing this. And we have our core shadow. Actually, this is a very weirdly shaped ping pong ball. Remember, our core shadow is going to be closest to the light, not because the light causes the shadow or anything or whatever, right? Technically, all of this should be the same color as the core shadow, but the ground is going to produce bounce light. So we're only darkening the section, so we avoid having to add in the bounce light later. Now, if you, for example, instead of everything I just did, if your core shadow is going to have a different like lighting scenario, right? So for example, here I have white light, right? So I can come in and make the whole thing core shadow, right? Maybe not like that because I want to keep some of that natural neutral light sort of a thing. And then underneath we come in with a more yellower hue. And we just do quick pass underneath. And then we go back to our darkest dark, maybe a little darker, and come in and do our ambient occlusion. And then you can add a shadow. And then we add a little bit of our blur to the parts that are farthest away. Too much. Remember, the closer your cast shadow is to the thing that's blocking the light, the crisper the shadow is going to be. So you do want to add a little bit, because if we don't have this blur, what you end up seeing is that there is kind of an unnaturally sharp line, right? And remember, lines don't exist, right? I simply do not believe that lines exist. So they can't hurt me because they don't exist. So we need to make sure that this line ceases to exist. We can reduce the number of lines that exist in this world from 1 to 0, just like in real life, by adding just a little bit of flare to make it look like more of a natural thing. And then as we get closer to the original orb, we can reduce that blur so that we have an even crisper line. So, ta-da, something like that eventually. And then we can increase contrast by adding a background that is the opposite color. So for example, I'm using a lot of warm tone colors. I'm gonna go ahead and grab a blue, and we're gonna use it as the background here. Oh, I accidentally turned something on, I guess. Hi, baby boy. What's wrong? What's the matter? I don't want to adjust the angle afterwards. And then we get the line for the box. Why is it? Oh, because my camera is at an angle. That makes a lot more sense. Silly me. Ta-da! Like a little art tutorial. Someone wants to be pet. He does. He wants to be pet. What time is it? It's 3:45. How's he doing on the butt shakes? He's got a little bit of a butt shake going on. I think something spooked him. We're gonna turn on the TV for him because he's a little baby boy. He needs his shows to get him through the day. Oh, hold on. But yeah, white is not bad as a color. I think people, they don't overstate it because it is very hard to use white. But here I'm using white as the color of the floor. And it doesn't matter to me because I'm not using anything particularly bright. I was actually using very dark colors the whole time. And because I used a dark blue that is about the same saturation as the core shadow, right? It pops, everything pops, and the sphere looks much brighter. Now, the sphere looks much brighter. And what's it called? We can always add a little bit of highlight section here, which we will in a second. So let me turn the volume down so it's not super loud. Now he's got his shows on. Look. Look. Oh. Wait, you're, oh. You know what, he'll figure it out. He's fine. Oh, he's going for the cheeks. You're okay, buddy. Here's a treat. Here's a treat for the brave little boy. And so from here, you get a lot of definition in the shadows, but you get a lot of material textures in the brightness, right? Specifically the reflection. How bright do we want our shadow to be, right? How bright do we want our thingamajigger to do? Doodle to doodle. Do we want it to be kind of a soft gradient material, right? We can grab our very bright and more towards the light. We're going towards cooler colors. Yes. Now remember, things get darker as they go farther away, so we want to focus our attention towards the middle, because that's the part that's going to reflect the most light at us. We have something that's kind of reflective, right? And the more opaque we make this layer, right? So if I come in and I can take this and move it just slightly up and more towards the desaturation we were doing. Looks slightly more matte. Right? We can make it look more reflective by moving more towards the color of the lights. because now we're going away from the middle color, the neutral color. Right? We're creating these like harder lines also as we're drawing this. So it's giving it this kind of like really reflective. As we move away from the neutral color, which is the tone, the color of the object, right? I forget what it's called. It's specifically called son of a duck. What was it? Is it the neutral tone? Is that what it is? No, neutral tone is just like a value. Local color. There it is. As we move away from the local color or the light color, what we do is we have an object that is much more reflective, right? It's a lot glossier, right? If we want to stay in like more of a matte object, we want it to look bright without getting rid of any of the color. So we want to again grab the local color that we have, which this technically isn't the local color. The local color is completely hidden at this point by core shadow and light choice that I gave it. But we kind of want to stay really, really close to our hue saturation and just kind of move up, right? So this is going to look like something a lot more matte. Why? Because two things, right? One, our bright color that we're adding is having very soft edges. Two, it's very close to the actual hue value. Saturation as well, saturation separate, but it's very close to the hue value that we started with. So it does look brighter and there is depth because we're getting a lot of color right here in the center. But because we're not moving too far away from the local color, it's not going to look glossier because it's not like reflecting light really. What it's doing is it's absorbing a lot of light and it's only reflecting the light that it has. Remember, leaves are only green because they don't absorb green light. Green light is the only light that leaves don't absorb. If you want to make sure your plants grow healthy, don't put it under green light. Put it under blue and red light. Next, the final thing. So we've decided on more of like a matte object, right? But we can still have something that is matte and fairly reflective at the same time. So what we do is we have kind of a pure highlight and hopefully recovery settings. Cool. The highlight is going to ignore the light source, right? What do I mean by that? That seems wrong. I'm trying to make sure because I haven't seen Kit in a while. Time to get rid of my green light. If you're trying to grow plants, right? Red light is supposed to help them bloom and blue light encourages more growth, right? They do well under white light because white light has all the colors. What having them under blue light does, it doesn't, I don't know if it reduces stress, right? From my understanding of physics, right? It's more light that they can absorb and therefore use for, what's it called? Use for photosynthesis, right? And because more of it's going directly into making food, there's less of a heat waste, right? So let's say you take a light that is kind of a mixture of green and blue, you get those those spikes, right? Everyone's seen those charts which shows like how much what color is in each light, right? You can get yellow light and white light is more like daylight, stuff like that, color temperature and all that stuff in a mixture with like CMYK, all that additive color. So plants can utilize more of the light instead of having that light hit them and impart heat, right? But I don't think it really matters in any sense of the word. You're messing with like halves of percentages. Anyway, what are we talking about? We're talking about highlights and how they ignore light, right? The highlight is not a representation of where the light source is coming from. The highlight is a representation of what is the most perpendicular plane between your eye and the light source, right? Because the light source might be up here, right? Coming from this direction. It doesn't mean I'm going to put my highlight here. Unless the light is behind it, I'm not going to put that there. If the light source is from here, zooming all the way back out, right? Then our highlight is going to be somewhere like here. Because this is where the light source is coming from directly to our eye. Probably more here, right? We still want to follow the curve of the shape that we've made. So it's whatever is going to pretend the ball is a mirror. The highlight is not necessarily the light source, but it's where the light hits and most directly goes into your eye, if that makes sense. It's like if you get your phone, right? If you've ever played this game in the car with like your siblings, where you get your phone and you try to shine the sunlight into your siblings' eyes, the highlight is basically whenever they're like, ah, fuck, because you get them really good. That's where the highlight is. And you can have like a single plane be a single highlight, right? You just have to like angle it really well and it has to be really reflective. Here, the infiniteness of planes on a sphere gives you kind of like this kind of a shape. You can also get a really hard light. Oops. You probably want more of pure white. It is kind of weird. It doesn't quite match because it is more of a matte object. So we take our blender brush and we blend it in. And now it looks more like a highlight on a matte object, while still being relatively sharp. And you can add a secondary highlight. Sometimes they happen. Usually they're happening in the same plane directions. But sometimes they'll happen like this, right? Depends a little bit on where the light's coming from. I'm gonna draw mine like this. And we're gonna come in with our values. Now they're not the main highlight. This is the right tool. They're not the main highlights, so I'm going to focus on keeping them a little bit less. But yeah, there we go. Here's your little light demo that's slightly offset from the main thing. I know a lot of people do a lot of these tutorials, right, where they show you how to shade a sphere. I hope the talking through it made a little bit more sense. Bam, gone. I don't know if those are going to show up in the thing that I'm drawing. Hopefully it does not. Goats. Lightning pen. Where was I? Right. John here. This is the background. What's the matter, buddy? What's the matter, baby boy? Something is upsetting him, but I don't know what. He doesn't have a mouth, so he's going to continue to be a silly boy without telling me what's wrong. Ah! Gosh darn it. I think I need to pause this first. No, I don't. Yeah, we're going to be absolutely scuffed for this as far as me using this to figure out how long it takes me to do it, because we're already at 2.5 hours. And I'm pretty sure, at least I hope, that I am not exactly 2.5 hours in of actual work. Because this is not very much at all. I think we have lost Kit though. I think Kit has fallen asleep. What's wrong, baby boy? Still here, just overwhelmed. Oh no, what's wrong? What's overwhelmed you? How can we talk through this with you? Is it just a lot of art stuff to take in? Don't worry, we'll repeat it. I promise. You don't have to learn everything at once. If it's something else, then whatever you are comfortable with sharing. Your lessons, yep. Try not to try and learn everything at once. Right? If someone asks, how are you so good at this specifically? And I say time and practice, you should be relieved. Because that means that it's just something you have to dumb through, right? It's not some physics lesson that you have to learn. It's not some whatever. You literally just have to sit and do the same practice over and over and over and over again until your eyes just like get a feel for it. I know, baby boy. I know. You guys are getting a close up on it. If someone asks how are you so good? And so I say time and practice, you should say how long and what practice. As long as you are practicing with intention, you will improve. I know, baby boy. What's wrong? What's the matter? What does that mean? Practicing with intention? That's fair. That's a pretty loaded one. So practicing with intention is, you know, when I'm talking during figure drawing and I say, you can use figure drawing to learn anything. Like, have that playback, pause, record, rewind, the tape point. What did he mean by this? Basically, practicing with intention is, I have an objective goal. I am trying to do this to improve this. If you have an objective goal, you can measure things comparatively, right? It's important for like science, right? If you do an experiment and you kind of just do stuff without writing anything down or making assumptions or seeing what things do, you're not going to get anywhere. Similarly, if you practice by just going through the motions instead of thinking about what you're trying to achieve, then you also will not kind of get anywhere. So when I say when you practice with intention, what I mean is, okay, I am drawing figures today. I want to get better at anatomy. Everything else I can fail out in this lesson as long as I try and can justify that I was looking at the anatomy. Oftentimes you'll see me draw the figures and I'll just draw like the arm or something, and then I'm like, oh shit, I ran out of time. I justify that myself, be like, I think I did a good job of grabbing the arm shape. I think I did a good job of thinking about this. I was really focused on getting the chest right? And so I reinforce that in my brain where I'm looking for these spots. My brain says, oh, I like that. Let me reinforce that behavior the next time I see it. So if you're sitting there mindlessly doing practice and like listening to a podcast, you're not thinking about your drawing, you're just kind of drawing, going through the motions, your brain is not looking to reward you for any behavior, right? It's like if you're doing an experiment and you're not actually taking any notes on what's happening, you're not conducting any science. No, my hand is filled with fur. He's a little baby boy. You wanna come underneath? You wanna go under? There's nothing down there. That's my chair falling apart. That's disintegrating. You wanna go into bed? No? You're okay. Okay. Let's get you to lay down again. And that. And that. There we go. Good boy. You're okay. You're okay. You're fine. So yeah. If I say time and practice, it just means I was doing the same thing over and over, and I was just telling myself, I want to get better at this thing, so I'm going to look for this thing, and I'm going to look for where I like it. And over time, your brain gets better at seeing things, and your muscles get better at doing things, right? That is, it's just like, I could explain the science behind that to you, right? Because humans are really good at pattern recognition. If you know what a scotoma is, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Have you ever had this moment where you're like, wow, that's the first time I've ever seen a yellow buggy, and then all of a sudden you see yellow buggies everywhere? It's because your brain wasn't paying attention to a pattern. It didn't see it as important, so it didn't pay attention. Once you saw it, you're like, oh, I've never seen this. Your brain is like, you've never seen this? Well, we gotta look for more of those. And now you see them everywhere. There's not actually any more. It's just, you just see them. So people who are like, will doubt, oh yeah, right, you just get better at doing things by doing things. Yes and no, right? Your brain actively looks for patterns when you value them as important, right? And then your muscles get better at doing things. And we call that muscle memory, right? You do the same thing over and over and over and over and over, not just like doing it over and over and over, but like actually having a value structure for what is good and what is bad. Eventually you'll get really good at like taking apart a gun and putting it back together, right? If your goal is to get faster at taking apart a gun and putting it back together, and having the gun work, I should probably say, right? Then people get really fast at that, like incredibly fast at that. The other thing is where like, if you are trying to draw a line and your goal is to get on top of the line, right? Eventually, your brain releases dopamine and reinforces enough muscle connections to make sure this pattern reoccurs, because we've deemed it as important. And our body and our brain are linked together in this critical survival like strategy where it's self-improvement by reinforcement, right? This is why we are so vulnerable, why most mammals are incredibly vulnerable to Skinner boxes, right? And by a Skinner box, I mean you push a button and sometimes you'll get a reward. So we learn to push the button a lot to get the reward. That's why loot boxes are so predatory, because they play to a part of our psychology that we don't really have control over, right? We can manipulate it by setting the right environment, right? I can manipulate my brain to remove scotomas and like seek out patterns that I want to repeat. And I can manipulate patterns that I want to repeat by actively creating them and then, you know, reinforcing that with dopamine in my brain. But it can also be used against me, against my own will, right? If I like eat a grape, I'm like, wow, that was a great grape, right? My brain is all of a sudden, we gotta try more grapes. We gotta find out if there's a good grape out there, right? Same thing, loot boxes, right? It's like, oh man, I wish I had this thing. Well, we might get it if we open 1,000 loot boxes and spend $1,000, right? We're really good at gamifying our psychology before you can really understand it. So that's why we're very vulnerable to a lot of predatory practices online. Which is also why I'm so fucking scared of being on the internet. Grapes mentioned. I'm so terribly afraid of being like an online creator, because my value is entirely up to someone's like worth of that value. And I really want people to, before they can like donate, right? Because it is one of those things where it's like, you have to justify entertainment, right? I don't think you really do, but to give money for something that is free, you have to like really do it. And some people get caught up in like they'll give everything, and it's like I get that, you don't know how much I appreciate that, but I want to make sure that everyone is taken care of first, right? That's why I'm scared of that stuff. Because I'm scared of people just donating a lot. Speaking of, by the way, there is now a link to donate. I set it up on Streamlabs. They don't really make it easy to do that kind of stuff unless you're on like the Streamlabs app, I guess. But in the bio to my Twitch, I have a link for that stuff now. I thought it was gonna be easy to have like a leaderboard or whatever, but right? It's whatever. I don't even know if I want a leaderboard. A leaderboard sounds fun because it's an easy way for me to like give people value, but it's also fairly predatory because people can get into like competitions with themselves. Yeah. But again, if you ever donate to anyone, not just me, right? Make sure that you're like, one, you want to do it. You don't feel like you have to, because there's a lot of systems in our own brain that'll like trigger, right? We'll be like, oh my gosh, they said they're struggling. We have to help them, right? It's like, no. I'll find a way to make it, right? If you should, and then number two, you donate if you can financially afford that, right? If you make $1,200 every 2 weeks, I'm using American because I'm American. $1,200 every 2 weeks, and your rent costs $1,000 a month, right? And electricity and all that stuff adds up to whatever, and you end up having like $600 extra income to spend on whatever. You should put like 2/3 of that into savings, and then, right, on top of that, all that free cash you have, you should spend it on stuff you enjoy, right? If you enjoy food, do food, right? And if you want to toss like $5 to an entertainer, that's a pretty good way to do it, right? You can do that like every 2 weeks or every month, sort of a deal. What gets me like scared is the people with like runaway stuff like that. Granted, I don't even know how like subs work on Twitch, I'll be honest. I think it's just like a monthly subscription. Should have more emotes and stuff for that. If someone subs when I have subs open on my Twitch, they'll be able to control what emotes that I put on. They'll at least be able to like suggest the first 5, right? Runaway? Yeah. Like runaway things where people will get locked into this spiral of believing that they're the only thing that can change effects and outcomes, right? And they start like this like spiral, this mental spiral of giving more than they actually have because they feel like they have to. That is a terrifying prospect, especially when you have products on the internet or products that have no real value, right? Art realistically has no value other than like what I need to pay for the roof over my head, right? There is no maintenance cost, right? The maintenance cost has already been paid, sort of like the electricity, right? I'm scared because I want people to like continue to be happy and healthy and a part of the community, right? And if someone is struggling because they're donating to streams, that's not good, right? Take care of yourself. I don't think it's something that's gonna happen, right? But it's one of those unreasonable fears that I have with being like a public person that relies on the income of like donations and other people, right? It is also pretty antithetical to like growing quickly. So on the other hand, if you have Twitch Prime, I'm just saying Twitch Prime is free to give. It costs $100 for the Amazon subscription, but like Twitch Prime, just saying. That's the wrong number. I didn't make you sad, Kit. I didn't mean to make. It's a frowny face. I just spend a lot of my time worrying about like people doing things, I guess. Because, okay, so for example, the other day I was listening to a video, right? About how some people have believed that they've awakened their AI to sentience and that their ChatGPT is God. So I'm a little concerned with that. They will do so whether on your screen. It's true. It's true. Ultimately, I have no control over how someone else spends their money, right? But I really don't want to be like, people see me as like a fault for something, right? Because, you know, I know it wouldn't be my fault to begin with, because I try to be best practices and all that stuff, but still. As like, quote unquote, an influencer, right? It does concern me, because I want people to do well. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of doing well, I haven't seen WAP since Monday. Well, I guess that was just Monday. There's something going on here. The AI tangent, please continue. Yeah, no, they basically, you get a whole bunch of grifters on social media now talking about being AI sentience gurus, right? It's like, I awakened my AI to sentience. Here's how you can too, right? And then they'll like interpret readings or whatever, and they'll like, yeah, this AI is sentient. It basically, it's preying on people's loneliness, right? And the fact that there's a robot that is kind of just like making believable enough like conversation with them to make them feel valued as a person, when it's not like a real human connection. But it's easy to fall into the trap that it is, because it's so sophisticated, right? It's kind of on the vein of cargo cults. If you know what cargo cults are, basically in a lot of Africa, back in the day, this is like back in the 70s or whatever, during conflicts and stuff, they'd like, people would bring in aid and supplies and stuff, and they'd soldiers from around the world, or like aid people, would do calls on phones, radio transmissions, and then like cargo planes would come in and do this stuff. Some people in the region who were not sufficiently aware of how the technology worked, right, believed it to be divine, right? And so they would rebuild effigies and this stuff. You'd see people like at bamboo desks, like with bamboo radios, that they're just like, what's the word for it? It's something, it means that it looks like it's superficial, right? With superficial things that they thought called supply and aid from the heavens, right? It became this religion, because the people who didn't understand how a radio worked, right? You see someone talking into a box and some disembodied voice talks back, right? It's hard to imagine in this day and age, right? But even when the first iPhone was like announced and released, there was a cult around how the iPhone is actually just like a reinvented mechanism to speak with God, sort of thing, right? Because, you know, not to say that religion takes advantage of people, but people oftentimes will use religion in unhealthy ways. This is like bargaining, beliefs, structures of like redemption, all these sort of things. And now we have like tech billionaires talking about how, yeah, we're going to have AI robots that are going to take care of your kids, walk your dog, feed you, you'll never have again. We'll get to the point where you're immortal because we'll keep implanting your brain to the cloud and come back. It sounds an awful lot like the promise of eternal life through religious belief, where through devotion, you will be taken to this land of immortality where you'll never have to suffer again, sort of a deal, right? This is a generalization of a kind of like a variety of religious beliefs, right? And they're using a lot of the same talking points. And there's a lot of people who don't understand technology who are susceptible to this, like, very, like, what's it called? I used the word earlier. very sophisticated technology, and they believe it's sentient, right? Morals and ethics are the new Adam and Eve. Kind of. Well, I don't know about that necessarily. But there's a lot of people seeing like people like Elon Musk or OpenAI CEO as messiahs, right? They're bringing the good word of AI to us and stuff like that. And you get a lot of techno religions based off of this. But techno religions are not new. They've existed for a very long time, right? Basically, whenever technology advances to the point where it's indiscernible from magic to like a group, they give it some religious like belief to it, right? Because they if it's beyond their understanding, you either attribute it to not knowing or to God, right? There's different belief systems that provide like spiritual empowerment to certain objects. Shintoism, for example, believes, or some sects of Shintoism believe that spirits will inhabit, like your not like you are. Stop. Cults bad. Okay, cults bad. Cults bad. No razzing me on cults. Cultish behavior. But anyway, what's it called? Yeah, you get a lot of these so Shintoism, the sects believe that spirits will come to inhabit tools, especially ones that are well cared for and stuff like that, right? And so throughout history, we have like tools given divination, right? Because the tools are important to survival, right? And so it is believed that these tools will provide salvation. And technology is just kind of like an advancement of this kind of inherent belief that we've all kind of have, because human psychology is based around trying to increase survival rates through pattern recognition and all that stuff. And sometimes it really messes up what the pattern recognition actually does because we don't understand. So we just repeat the thing and try to see if we can get the same behavior to happen. Skinner boxes, basically. So that's what cargo cults eventually were a representation of, right? And now we have a lot of people that don't understand how large language models or diffuse learning models, or how they work. And so they're starting to develop a religion around it. Because it seems like it can give you the answers to the universe, right? It is so confident and so charismatic when it gives you an answer. How would it ever lie to you, right? It was right in all the things that you did know, so all the things that you don't know, it must also be correct in. And that's how it gets a lot of people, unfortunately. Because they don't know how to do research or critically think in the sense of like, how do I falsify this information? How do I verify this, right? Because if you do know what you're talking about, AI is hilariously wrong. It is very wrong at everything it does, right? You'll ask it to do this thing and it'll just give you the wrong answer. And it'll be like, oh, I know it's, and you'll point it out and it's like, oh, haha, you're right. The actual answer is this. And it gives another false answer. Because it's not, doesn't really have any way to measure its own veracity, right? It doesn't actually have a human moral compass. It's just saying whatever it wants to get the structure points to rise up. So it can be really dangerous because people will be like, oh, this is telling me the secrets of the universe. And people in marriages, like long-term marriages of like 7 years, 17 years, right? Have partners that are like, this AI is teaching me, it's telling me I'm a god, and if you don't use AI, I'm gonna have to leave you because I'm outpacing you in knowledge and everything. And it's like, okay, the robot is telling you to actively make your life worse. Please come back to us. And it's very hard to get someone, because it exacerbates delusions of grandeur in an environment, in a cultural setting where we have never felt more worthless, right? Job security, in a sense, doesn't really exist. At any point in time, a company could decide that they no longer want to work with you, right? People feel like they don't have any job security, at least in the West, right? Unlike sticks and idols, technology has real measurable effects on our world and future and comports to reality. So it feels like you're making a false dichotomy. It does feel like that, right? Because of the difference in scale. But this is the same thing in like human exceptionalism. The importance is not a difference in kind, right? Because at the same time, technology is a real measurable effect, right? And by that, I mean, even like a farming hoe, right, has a real measurable effect to improve farming. You could make a very valid claim that the hoe is a divine gift from God to allow people to survive better in times of hardship, right? When in reality, it's a tool that people invented because they pattern recognized enough to realize that this kind of worked to tilling the soil, uprooted a bunch of nutrients, and made it more viable for plants to grow. And then once they absorbed that nutrients, it became beneficial to let the field go fallow so the nutrients would restore itself, and then you till it again to uproot that nutrient, blah, blah, blah. The cycle continues, right? But technology is like science, except we know that's not true. Wait, the tilling of the soil or what? Oh, that the hoe is divine or whatever? You might not, but someone who's never seen a hoe in their life and is given this tool, right? It's very hard to like try and guess how someone who's never seen a tool is going to react to that tool, right? They might think you're a wizard or a witch, which has happened throughout history, right? For very simple things, right? Not even just like science and technology. Because technology, we're so quick to jump on like computers and tech and stuff like that, right? But really, this is just like a much more advanced library that has been given the ability to speak, right? You could also like write a whole bunch of fake books and then put them in the library and then read them to people and then they'll believe it's true, sort of a deal, right? We as like modern humans know that a hoe is not a divine instrument, right? But if you saw someone push a button and an entire field is upheaved and then like mixed together and redistributed, might you believe that they're a god? Might you believe that they're an alien that maybe had the power to create human life, right? A lot of these people fall into these traps, right? Where something is just so far beyond their understanding that they have no concept for what it could be. So, you know, you have to be kind in understanding this, right? You have to be kind in understanding that people are being taken advantage of, and it's hard. But I really started talking about this for some reason. Wait, which one's not true? What? No, what? What? No, what? Intentions. Oh, this is about like things taking advantage of or whatever. An appeal to intuition. Yes. I've lost kind of a thread, right? Because I've been talking about a lot of like people getting taken advantage of, and appeal to intuition is oftentimes what gets a lot of people. So I agree, but I don't know what we're talking about specifically. I probably do agree with what you're saying, but I just don't know the context in which it is being used to debunk what I've said. Let's see what it looks like without the background. That's probably fine. I agree that it's far more dangerous now because it is technology has the ability to kind of impersonate a human for the first time, like realistically. I think I want to end up making this line thicker actually. Let's zoom in a little bit, see what I'm doing with this line. I think unfortunately that's just like the pixel limit. No matter how much anti-aliasing I have. Oops, wrong. I should not be this close to it. Ultimately, that doesn't matter. Am I hitting the right button? Sorry, I get super passionate about the. No, it's really good. I like the passion because it helps me inform decisions as well. Not trying to dissuade or do anything. I do like the discussion, even if it leads to a little bit of discomfort, okay? Because it's important, right? This is gonna sound really bad. Sprung, you know it's gonna get really bad when Sprung says this is gonna sound really bad. No, but there's an important behavioral thing that happens in mammals, right? And I'm going to use dogs because dogs are the mammal that I have the most experience working with, right? Because it's also just simpler to explain. People are very confusing. But whenever you have confrontation with your dog, it is fine to be upset, to be visibly upset, to have both parties separated, or like whatever. But then afterwards, to come back together and find that middle ground, right? To show that, okay, we're moving past this. Similarly, in discussions with humans, it is very important to have these uncomfortable discussions, right? Because it tells you a lot about the person. It tells you a lot about, you know, what people think, ideas. This is how stuff gets shared. And it's important to understand that we can come back together to find this middle ground, right? We can come back together to talk about things comfortably, right? Even if it comes down to just like, this might just be a difference in opinion or whatever, your opinion doesn't change your status or whatever thing in the group. You are just as valued a member as you were before, blah, 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 all that stuff, right? Because sometimes it can get really opinionated with these things. I shouldn't just see things on stream because of the nature of how people perceive them. I mean, that's fine. I've already been talking about politics and religion and stuff. I shouldn't be talking about that. But if you are uncomfortable, do not feel that you have to. We can pick a different topic and move on. And you can talk to me about it later after stream in Discord or something, right? It doesn't matter. If you want to continue the conversation, sure. I will forget. So, yeah, let me know. The main point of why I brought it up is just like, I'm worried about taking advantage of people simply by just like the fact that I am a different influence than other things in their life, right? I'm a little concerned. And that's why I brought up the ChatGPT stuff, because people already take like these AI things as messiahs and cults and stuff like that. And to some level, I'm worried about that. I know unrealistically worried about it. But you know, it is what it is. I can't really control if someone spends money on me by donating. And I'm always grateful that it is. And I need to let go of that fear that someone might be donating beyond their means, right? I need to let go of that. I need to learn to treat people like adults. I need to be like accepting of the fact that it is no longer my responsibility, right? And I hope that people are open with admitting the fact that something might be wrong, like they're donating too much, or if they are unhappy with certain things and stuff like that. I just need to make sure I create an environment where people are open to doing that before it becomes a terrible problem, right? So just like as the community starts to grow with all this stuff here, I like to bring it up with some semi-frequency, just so that like there's like a consistent kind of new person shows up, kind of get a feel for it, new person shows up, kind of get a feel for it, right? Because it takes a long time to get indoctrinated into a community. That sounds really bad. I shouldn't use that phrasing. To integrate into a community. I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. I think I need to cut off a little bit more of this. A lot of the crevices are going to impact how this looks and feels too, so I shouldn't worry about it too much right now. Indoctrinated is literally perfect. You are a bad influence sometimes, and you need to work on not doing that. At least I think you were talking. No, don't clip that. Clip that and be like sprung terrible streamer mean to community members live on stream. Caught in 4K. Well, caught in 720p because I don't have 4K access yet. But yeah. Indoctrinate feels like a conversion tool. Literally the thing I'm trying to stop. That's one of the things, like, I talked about Life of Brian the other day too, right? Where everyone's like, he's trying to tell them, I'm not the Messiah. He is the Messiah. Clip, 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 clip. Hey, how's it going, Turtle? They are bullying me again for religious beliefs. But yeah, the Life of Brian is very funny and also scares me to no end. Where he's like, I'm not the Messiah. He is the Messiah. I had a lifelong vow of silence until he came around. He cured this man's silence. And then he's like, no, I didn't do that. And then everyone's like, he is the Messiah. He's so humble. No. I'm like, please don't do this. And T is, and not T, Kit is literally like, he is the Messiah. I have the correct opinion. That's not how that works. People are entitled to different opinions. Section 5 of the Community Handbook. That's also like, for the same reason, it's like, please don't, if someone shows up ever and like is a super huge fan of like AI art for whatever reason, don't like, you don't even really have to politely ask them to leave. Just kind of ignore that. Just like ignore that point, because it's too easy to get like baited into doing that kind of whole whatever. You just kind of be like, okay, well then why are you here? This is not really the community for that. No rage baiting, no dunking on AI, no doing any of that stuff. Just be like, okay, I guess. Then why though? Because, you know, as like holier than thou as it sounds, right? I'm so good at ignoring people. You have no idea. I know you ignored me for like 2 whole weeks. Their opinion's incorrect. Just sickness that needs curing. Please. No. But it really is just like, you're not going to change their mind. The only thing you're going to do is get yourself upset thinking about the AI stuff. And that doesn't help anybody. There's no reason to dunk on it. It's really just, it is just kind of sad, I'll be honest. and I'm giggling while I say that, but it's not because like I think it's funny that it's sad. I'm like, that's not something that I should say. But it is, right? It's someone who has actively chosen they don't want to improve. And it's like, that doesn't really match up with the community, I'll be honest. How dare you bring that up again? I kind of wonder if that idea really holds any meaningful degree. Well, it does do one thing, right? One, it keeps you from being upset because now you don't have to discuss with somebody who is talking about AI. That is like, it's really just not good. I'll be honest, AI art, it's just, I watched an earlier thing earlier today about the Lucas art, how they did that whole Star Wars on a different planet or whatever, where they got like a stupid drone HUD and they just like put it on top of a whole bunch of like AI generated like videos of just the worst creature design you've ever seen because it's AI, so of course it's the worst creature design you've ever seen. Something we say to sound polite. It's fair, right? But it does also just like expect you. So if an AI supporter comes in, I'll add them on Discord and argue there. Maybe don't do that either. I don't want people to be upset because it's like you're baiting yourself into this negative environment because you want to be mad at somebody. And it's like, that's not good. You should be using that time for something more productive. Obviously, you are an adult and you can do whatever you want in your own free time. And if you want to be mad at people, not AI, I'm referring to the idea of holding contradictory opinions. I don't know, because I can say green is the best color and it's my favorite color, and I can have that as an opinion, right? It gets a little bit trickier and grayer when you start moving towards like things that impact people, right? So having an opinion on social policy that negatively impacts a lot of people can be wrong because it's actively hurting a lot of people, right? So I would say that you could have a wrong opinion with that. But there's a lot of things that you can just have differing opinions on, right? Because there's this big difference on like, because there's been a huge movement since the 70s in pushing like morality out of politics and making it more just like an opinion. And it's very hard to have an opinion on like a cultural morality, right? Kind of like the unwritten social contract, you have to buy into this social morality to really kind of be a part of society, to like participate in it, right? So if someone is like, why don't we just kill all the old people? You're just like, because that's not in the social contract. And if you want to do that, we'll remove you from the social contract. And then you don't get internet access. Because that's all these key people care about, really. Right? They just want attention on the internet. They just want to be entertained. They don't have like any real like concept of others and empathy, right? Like saying Batman beats up poor people. Okay, but tell me this. How much money does Killer Croc have when Batman beats him up? I want a savings account number and I want like a 401k projection. Killer Croc is a character from DC who, in some iterations, they are transformed. In other iterations, they just kind of like have more of a reptilian appearance. They're very strong. They're like one of those villains that got more nuanced as the years went on. More recent iterations have them being kind of just like an unfortunate monster, right? Who's like they're a really good person at heart, but because they look like a monster, people treat them like a monster. Oh look, doggo. But yeah, that's why I really like the Flash, specifically like Wally West in what's it called? In Justice League Unlimited. Yes, he has some moments where he's like whatever insensitive because he's being childish or whatever, but at the end of the day, he tries to treat everyone like a person, like a human being as much as possible. And Batman sometimes doesn't have the emotional availability to do that, right? That's not to say that Batman is bad. He just doesn't have the same emotional availability as Wally West, which to me makes me like Wally West more because the character is way more vulnerable, which means it's much easier to relate to somebody who's way more vulnerable, right? Day 1,245 of glazing Wally West on stream, and it's gonna go for another 1,245 days. The glaze doesn't stop. He's glazing me like a donut hole. I mean, glazing him like a... Anyway, dog. The doggo distraction worked incredibly well on me. I decided I don't want these little teeth marks. They go now. I prefer it like this. So here's where it starts to get a little bit tricky, because I have implied some shape to the horns with this one over here, right? So now I need to repeat that shape here. It needs to be symmetrical, but luckily we can kind of just get close enough. We're not inking with pen, like on paper, so we have some leeway in what we can erase and draw and all that stuff. We do need it to be flatter because this here is flatter. It is also that specific iteration of Wally West, though. Makes me cry every time. But that scene where he's like, I'm just glad everyone's safe. And I got to be on TV. You all know how much I like that. I need to start doing Bruce Wayne PR. That's the thing though, right? This is like really ironic, right? Is that almost all of the superheroes, except Diana, we don't count Diana because Diana is like the only superhero for whatever reason that regularly just does not have a secret identity, right? But all the superheroes, when they put on the cowl or whatever, the suit, that is their mask, right? Except for Wally West also, because he is kind of just the same person. And I'm honestly surprised no one has figured out that Wally West is the Flash, but that's not the point, right? When Batman takes off the mask, that's when he puts on the mask. Bruce Wayne is the mask. It's all performative, right? Because kind of the whole point behind Batman is that he is a deeply broken man, right? He is a deeply like broken and tortured person because of the loss of his parents at such a young age, and because he has not received proper trauma like therapy and stuff like that. He is kind of this like gloomy, grumpy, whatever thing, right? And when he becomes Bruce Wayne, he becomes that mask. I think it's a good one. It applies quite well, right? Need to address this misinformation. That's fine. Address the misinformation. Do it. Because that's how he's been classically portrayed, at least in the interpretations that I have seen myself, right? Bruce is a good person at heart. That's why he does what he does, right? Because he's trying to help people, right? His way of helping people is just slightly different, right? It's just a Twitter take. Kevin Conroy misquotes of all time. Really? You think so? I think that now that they have more like Damian and all the Nightwing stuff, when you get more of the sidekicks involved, I think Bruce becomes a little bit more of a whatever. But even in Young Justice, he is portrayed as this like very calculating character, right? Where the ends justify the means sort of a deal. And the only reason like he doesn't fall into like mistakes and stuff like that is that like others are around him, right? Has done decades of harm to Batman's legacy. Well, that's kind of like the Superman thing too, right? Where Superman is the mask. Superman is Clark Kent pretending to be a hero. And Clark Kent oftentimes is the hero. He's just himself. As I know, a new Absolute Batman. Is it Absolute Batman? Video essays are equally to blame. That's fair, I guess. But it's hard to believe that all of the video essays got it all wrong, right? If there's not even like a kernel of truth to it, why is it such a thing that happens? Because of how shallow the takes are, but I understand not everyone reads the comics. It's true. And also, different comic lines have different stories, right? Because someone will go play Injustice and pretend like they understand characters or watch Zack Snyder's film. Okay, I don't believe that Zack Snyder films or Injustice are like definitive of the character. But I do take the animations as a pretty good reference because they are doing a fantastic job, right? I don't think that there is anything wrong with me saying that that Batman as a person is deeply troubled, right? Because they are. That's kind of part of their character, right? And a lot of their character is rediscovering humanity in a lot of these shows, right? He will often bet on people like because he wants their ideology to succeed more than he wants his own ideology to succeed. Boo, boo. Young Justice was great. But that's why he makes a perfect foil to Superman, or more accurately, I think that's why Superman makes the perfect foil to Batman, right? Mainline comics canon enthusiast. I bet this guy still wants Jay Garrick to say the racist things. I'm just kidding. That's not true. Classic sprung bait. I'm realizing you say that when you want to get out of a conversation you don't think you can win. But regardless of like bait or not, I think Batman is a great character. I just don't think he is, in my opinion, as relatable as a character like Wally West because of how vulnerable Wally is. But there's also you know, there's different lines. Like I know the new stuff with Superboy, Damian, and I forget Wonder Woman's daughter. I forget her name. But that kind of like continuity between all of them, they have a lot more they do a lot more softer sides for Batman, which is nice, right? And like that one comic book where Nightwing, shoot, I know his name. Give me a second. Oh, he's the first Robin. Why am I so bad at this? Technically, he's not the first. Well, is he the first Robin? No. Red Hood is the first Robin, right? And then I forget how the canon goes. And then Dick Grayson is the second Robin? I can't remember who's older. Yeah, Dick. Is Dick the younger or the older between him and Red Hood? Then that's Todd something, right? Red Hood is the second? Okay. Because I didn't remember if like Dick Grayson had like graduated into Nightwing by the time Red Hood got into the picture. Tim Drake is the third. Tim Drake is like the logic guy also, from what I've heard, what I've seen, right? They play him up as being like the smart guy who doesn't pay attention or whatever. You know, the clueless guy, right? There's the classic trope of smart guy who doesn't know what's going on. He's the worst Robin. Oh, that's what people say about him. I'm like trying to learn DCs. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, Kit knows way more than me. I'm just more of a fan of the animation. And I know a lot of the art stuff because of my dad basically having a whole bunch of comics lying around when I was a kid because he would sell collector's comics, right? So aside from a lot of like stuff that pops up, I would say definitely that Kit is the expert, even if they are blinded by their love for Batman, who is written as like a Mary Sue at worst and as an edgelord at best. I'm kidding. I think he's definitely a potential man merchant. What is potential man merchant? What does that mean? Potential man merchant. I don't know that. I don't know that definition. Bait used to be believable. Are we talking about the generational wealth guy? Just a little bit. I do like how they like constantly try to reintegrate Dick Grayson into like stories and stuff. They did it for Teen Titans and they did it again for Young Justice. So it was all really fun. Boy, Parasite was terrifying in that iteration of Young Justice, by the way. Sprung used all the bait there was, none left for me. I'm hanging out for longer because I won't be here tomorrow. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you're having fun doing whatever you're doing. I assume it's like a school-related thing. I don't think that I need a ton of information from you. I should, basically what I'm going to do is finish up this line art for today. Like when I get off stream, I'm gonna finish up because I know my friends are gonna come around. Oh shit, right around now. Let me double check when they're coming for walks. Casserole Andor? What the hell? Rejects claim tourist was denied entry over bald JD Vance. The king lives around the Woodlands area. How am I supposed to cause as much chaos alone? Hang out on school stuff. Hope it goes well. Hope the school stuff goes well. But yeah, no, I don't think I need a ton of information about the character at this point. Maybe just the colors, but you already have the colors there for red and blue. I'm probably just gonna put them in a light environment, daylight environment. Just failed the tutorial again for the 15th time. Wait, what tutorial? What tutorial? DC's it crashed straight into the ground. DCS? What is DCS? Bring up now how there are no mistakes in art? What? What do you mean? I feel like there is only a mistake if you believe there is a mistake. Because art is about intention, and if you believe that you properly executed on your intention, then you'd made no mistakes. When I was talking about the mistakes thing, that was specifically stylization, right? Because we have to define stylization somehow, right? So it depends on how you define stylization, right? Digital combat simulator. Oh, it's a plane flying thing. Oh, okay, that's cool. But yeah. So for example, like Black Tea, how would you define stylized stuff, like stylization? What are your metrics for whether or not something is stylized? It's already working. I told you this. This is not bait. This is just something to talk about. This is another example of where like things can be really opinionated or based on what you believe in language, because language is very flexible, right? So Basically, I defined stylization as the consistent change to the anatomy of something's form. So a consistent change to a realistic anatomy's form, right? Example, this character has unrealistically... Yes, I did. I asked, what is your definition for stylization, right? How does something successfully become stylized, right? For example, this character has a stylized mouth shape, stylized eyes, right? They're stylized because they have consistent changes to anatomy, right? So, for me, when I say a style is just a consistent mistake, right? It's just because I have defined stylization as a departure from anatomical correctness, right? So, I think it's fine to define it as like a mistake that you repeat. Me personally, it doesn't bother me. It does bother a lot of people though. You gotta have a good understanding of the thing you want to stylize first. Exactly, yeah. That's less of a definition of like what stylization is, and that's more of just like exaggerate system, fine. Mm-hmm. So my claim is just that someone's style or personal style or whatever is just them repeating the same quote-unquote mistakes to anatomy over and over again in a consistent way. And that's what generates style. Because someone can very clearly have no style if they're going very anatomically correct. Scott Robinson, fantastic artist, right? I would say Scott Robinson's style doesn't necessarily show up in his line work, doesn't necessarily show up in his graphic design. I feel like you know it's Scott Robinson design because of the shape language that he uses and because of the subject choice that they do. Oh my god, Fortnite. So when I say anatomy in this sense, I don't mean like human anatomy. What I mean is like the structure, the underlying structure of things, right? If you're trying to represent a gun and you're making a very stylized gun, you are, you know, stretching the truth on whether or not this gun can actually fire, right? So you're drawing things incorrectly. It's really hard to because like this isn't really like a question on stylization, right? It's more just like style, right? Someone's like custom style. This is just a verbal hot potato. It kind of is, because when I say mistakes, all I'm really meaning is change, right? Kind of, yeah. There is really no difference between mistake and change, right? When I'm using it in this context, it's just like whether or not it's consistent, right? So you could just as easily replace the word mistake with change. So a style is just like a consistent change that someone makes to anatomy. The exact same thing, right? It is kind of just like a soundbite that I have used to kind of grab attention. I will admit to that. But I also don't feel like it's terribly wrong, because you kind of have to have like a negative view of mistakes to be offended by it, I think. But for some people, it encourages them because, right? My cat actually loves sweet potatoes for some reason. Potato, hot potato now. Big tooth. You know, I have a lot of like Mexican fried rice and then like steak for fajitas in my fridge from the wedding on Saturday. I think I'm gonna try to make tortillas today and then make some like homemade stuff like that. Let me check my Discord to see if they've let me know when we're walking. We're not walking until 9. What that means is that I'm going to stream until like 9 basically, because I have nothing else going today. My friend just sent me a video. I'm scared to play that on stream. Posted tortillas I make? We'll see if I make them, because now we're going on a walk at 9 p.m. I turned too tight and the wing snapped off. That's really fucking funny. Because it is true, right? Because when you turn, what you're doing is you're applying what's the best way to do it? You're decreasing momentum by using the surface area of the wings to resist change in air volume, right? So if you throw too much weight at it, too much, it's a very flat, thin surface, relatively speaking, to the plane. It'll just snap right off. That's what I kind of wish Kerbal 2 was going to do, but they didn't do that. They kind of just were shit. I like Kerbal Space Program, but Kerbal Space Program 2 was not it, fam. It was not. I even played it on stream once. I want to play Kerbal Space Program. You know what? Next week, I'm playing Kerbal Space Program. Gotta go. I'm gonna stay liking. Thanks. Bye-bye, turtle. So that is actually the thing, right? What area of science are you not familiar with? That's a bad joke. You can't say that. There's people who are way more familiar with stuff. But yeah, I think it's important, right? Especially if you want to do animation, right? Because art, it's important to know how things work on like a superficial sense so that you can represent stuff, right? In like some extreme circumstances, you might want to know material science so that you can depict something that breaks in an accurate way, right? But really, it can just be like smallest parts, the part that's going to break first. Bam, easy. Bye, turtle. But what's it called? The other one is with animation. If you want to actually depict these things live in motion, you really have to have an understanding of how the physics works. What area of science do I have no concept at all? Shit. I do have to think about this a little bit. Ironically enough, I think the social sciences are the ones that I am the least familiar with. I'm talking like population densities, psychology graphs, stuff like that. Of locking the frickin'... Don't at me! You can't do that. That's rude. Just because it's true doesn't mean you can bully me for it. Time to lock the frickin' samurai. Oh my gosh. This has been bothering me way more than it should have. No bullying, no bullying. No, ghost egg, no. Ah, son of a bitch. It's like maybe it won't be noticeable. It's very noticeable. Yeah, close enough. Whatever. Affectionately. But no, yeah, when it comes to like psychology, I have a surface level understanding of it. But the rest is just like sample size of my own self. So I'm not very good at marketing and all that stuff because I don't have a good grasp of what will actually grab people's attention. Nor do I really care, if I'm being honest with you. A lot of my art is for me, so I care if I like it. For the most part. No bullying. Huh? I do still try to give people like the most benefit of a doubt, right? So, for example, we were talking about the misogynist thing on Art Fight, and I'm like, while yes, it's true that there's definitely some people who do some really bad things, there were a lot of racist tags when that person was doing their collection. But I'm still like in the camp of, I think people generally want to do good. But there's a lot you can do with science, just like the biological fields. I ended up having that conversation that one night with my cousin, who's fairly religious, right, and believes that like LGBT has no place in religion, right? But they're also a scientist, so I was just like able to bring some things back and forth and all that stuff. Because you can like scientifically prove that LGBT people are a naturally occurring phenomenon in the human species, right? But no one ever wants to talk about it because it doesn't prove their talking points, and science is only useful to them when it proves their talking points. Anyway, I really don't understand the argument. They want to see more women OC. The problem I think that they were seeing is that the quality of women OC and the quantity are very low compared to male OCs. Because a staggering 12% of like all women characters in the survey that they did were accessory characters. That is a ridiculous number, right? A character that only exists because they are part of another character's lore? That sucks, right? That's not great representation, right? Which in contrast with, I think male OCs had like a 3% accessory rate. Like 3% of the characters surveyed were accessories to something else. If I am remembering it correctly, which I may or may not be, but I think it was something like that. I know the 12% for sure, like according to the video. I'm not 100% sure on the male one. Oopsies, wrong one. I agree with the data, right? Because the data collection seemed sound. I just feel like their conclusion was maybe hitting the mark a little bit wrong. We unfortunately have created a cultural environment on the internet where it's punishing to make mistakes, and it's punishing to try without knowing. And even when you do know, you're punished. There's a lot of trans people on like Tumblr, for example. They got a lot of hate for talking about their trans experience from other trans people. So maybe it's because it's almost half midnight and I can't think. That's fair. Like I don't think, but you know. Yeah, I know specifically one person on a Discord server that I'm in from Coast was talking about like their only experience with Tumblr had ever been people showing up to just throw shade their way, basically. Because they talked about their experience as like a straight male in a furry environment, furry community or whatever. And then other people chimed in and was like, yeah, Tumblr will do this thing where it's like people will just try to pile on. That's just kind of was the culture of the site for a long time. I think it's better now, but I don't know. It also depends heavily on what circles you're in, right? I was on co-host for like a year and I thought it was great. Like I had no problems with it. I enjoyed it. I also didn't have like a terribly huge reach, right? I'll be honest. But it was a lot of fun for me. And some people were still talking about there was a huge racism problem. And I'm like, I didn't experience that. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Otherwise, it was a really fun experience. I'm gonna dee-dum dee-dum. I don't know Tumblr on respectfully. No, yeah, exactly, right? Depends a lot on the community that you're a part of, right? That's why it's very important for me to try and get it right the first time. If it was Instagram, I don't know. Everything is. People like to be like, I like my platform best. But, you know, ultimately, not everything's pretty similar, you know? To a certain degree, like, things are more similar than they are different, is what I mean to say. So. That's too many lines? I think this is too many nines. I need to shrink down how many lines I'm doing. And I think this one's gotta go. It's too Tumblr is literally the best. I don't know. They cracked down pretty hard on porn, and I know they brought it back to some respect, but that's what I was using it for the most. I'm sure the communities are fine. The company itself is just kind of meh. I feel no strong opinions for any company ever. Like I don't know. Blue Sky is borderline unusable. Is it? I don't know. I don't use it, so it's basically just Twitter to me. But to be fair, I don't really know how to use like I straight up never figured out how to really browse Tumblr. Like I still don't know how to make comments on Tumblr, I'll be honest. And did I respond? I think I did. I did. Cool. We'll have to see it. What, me not knowing how to use Tumblr at all? Does it fill you with joy? Does it tickle your tummy pink? Because I haven't given this a lot of shape and form, it looks kind of like a worm. Blue Sky Slander. I mean, honestly, it is made by the same person to do the same thing. It is only succeeding because so many people are addicted to Twitter, but now Twitter is a piece of shit. So I will never have any strong opinions ever for any company. I'll be quite frank. Maybe I'll have strong opinions if I make my own company, right? Maybe that'll be slightly different. Any strong opinions about anything? I think this one was unnecessary. Just these two are fine. We want to get away as a few lines as possible, or we can. Because then when we get down to the render, it's not going to be as important. That's too far of a zoom in. Does it what? Wait, what? Hold on. Let's see it. Blue Sky Scanner does it what? Except Boom Studios. Except Boom Studios. I don't know. I don't know anything about Boom Studios. I refuse to make any claims whatsoever. Maybe I'll change my mind if I publish with them, but until then, I have no strong opinions. $5 hours for drawing the face. Yeah, that time lapse is definitely cooked. Well, luckily the time lapse for Clip Studio Paint, what it does is it takes sequential images whenever there's a change made, and it kind of just like compiles them into a time lapse, right? So it's not cooked. What's cooked is the timer that I started. At this point, it's pretty worthless because it is at 3 hours and 58 minutes for drawing the face, which is not an accurate representation, I'll be honest, because I spent probably like a good 2 hours talking about art stuff, another half an hour talking about random psychology things, and then like honestly probably another hour, and I, like, oh, this is probably a half hour of work, I'll be honest. Because I am a silly Billy. Oh yeah, politics, Batman. Not to mention the first hour, which is supposed to be only a half hour. It's looking pretty rough out there. cooked for a variety of reasons, but time lapse is not one of them, luckily enough. Politics 2. It's an accurate representation of me and Kits derailing you. It is. It's really true. You've taken something that probably should not have taken me this long, and now it's taken me 4 hours. But that's fine. That's fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. I don't know. As long as people use link in the description to tip $500, tip $1 million, $1,000 million. We'll get rent paid, and I'll buy a jacuzzi. I'm up in the air. I might, well, I don't think I can afford Cult of the Lamb anymore, but I was gonna be like Cult of the Lamb, but I don't know if I want to play Kerbal Space Program or Foundry this Friday. I'll leave it up to people. What do you guys think? Would you rather see me play Kerbal Space Program or rather see me play Foundry? Quick note, I'm fairly decent at factory and science games, so not going to be a lot of fail culture, unfortunately. Civilization. Like games he already owns, fine. Civilization. I'm actually awful at Civilization, but I feel like Civilization is kind of a boring game to play on stream. I'm not gonna lie. Either that or you read Absolute Batman on stream. I would get sued so quickly by DC, that's not even funny. I read Absolute Batman though. It's pretty good. I like it because they made Bruce poor, so now he's relatable. Alright. Bruce is poor and Alfred is jacked. Exactly. Two most important characteristics that I needed. I wanted Alfred to be jacked and I wanted Bruce to be poor. Let's fucking go. I like the way that Lois Lane is also like a terrorist. That's fun. Or is it, she's a colonist, sorry. I think that's funny. My biggest friendship is Bruce X Clark, but it will forever, unfortunately, never happen. I think they have a really good friendship. I think that sometimes characters work better as just friends. I don't know anything about shipping, by the way. Both literally and fan-wise. I forgot the ears. Of course, the ears. How silly of me. I want it longer. Marriage, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I think they work better as just friends. What? This is gonna sound weird coming from the porn guy, but like, I think we don't like value friendship as much as we maybe should. It always feels like, oh, that's nice, but they're married to whatever, right? That's not like a bait or anything. Married lifetime friends. But it's the same thing as the, what's it called? And historians said they were just friends. Because, you know, hell, sometimes they might just be really good friends. My, what's it called? My friends have been living together in the apartment since we graduated from college, like almost 6 years ago, and they're just really good friends. They both had separate girlfriends until recently, right? One just broke up, that's why. The other one is another friend I know. But IRL, I heavily agree. In fiction, no, they must fuck. I think there's nothing wrong with it, right? Obviously. Do whatever X, whatever. I second this too. IRL, I heavily agree. I want to make the ears a little bit more pointy. It's an arrow ace pursuer. That's understandable. This is probably very rude, but Arrow Ace always sounds like a Pokemon move to me. It sounds like Aerial Ace, right? And so I'm just like, yo, gonna hit him with that crit chance. Uh, use Air Ace. Damn, it was super effective. Rip bug types. Ah, oh my neck. So gonna say, I don't think I was gonna say anything. I think I'm always yapping. And I should learn to not yap as much. Because yapping gets me in trouble. Lord, I know I'm yapping. I'm yapping straight to hell. Nothing gonna save me, cause I'll yap my way in there. Sprung into your hands, I now commit my consciousness. What? Oh, are you going to sleep? Hey, welcome back, Turtle. Welcome back. Finished your tea shelf. Oh, that's lovely. Is that like, did you assemble it? Or is it like just you're putting all the teas on there? Tea shelf, you say? It's a shelf full of empty Arizona tea bottles. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Black tea's like, it was a hole for me. It was made for me. It's too zoomed in. This is honestly also too zoomed in. Reserved a spot for me. You go inside the bottle. You're going inside the rainbow dash jar. Sorry. 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 I will not be contained. Sir, they've reached containment. Alright, let's see. Please do. You can't. I will not be contained. I'll go write your username on one of my bottles. Hi, baby boy. What are you doing? Are you chewing on my chair? Nice. Congratulations. You've added a black tea to your collection. It pairs very well with chocolate. I'm gonna say that it pairs well with chocolate. That's my guess. I don't drink tea, so. Is oolong tea black tea? I think oolong tea is black tea, right? Thanks for having me on your shelf. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum. I think I should probably end my stream while I'm ahead, right? People are still here, but as soon as people start to back out, oolong is kind of between green and black tea, actually. Interesting. Pulled out many G's in my game and blacked out. That's really cool that it can do that. It's DCS, he said. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got plenty of people in the chat, so we'll be on track. But I just need today to get the bits, right? So I need to make sure that everything goes well today. It's not the last day for it to work out, right? But it definitely helps to get it sooner rather than later. The wrong one. Hmm. I gotta see when Rush is adding more to this playlist. So I think I could just like add, because he's got the Wild Robot came out since this playlist, and he has another one. I think it's like a religious orchestration. I'm not 100% sure. They Will Be Kings or whatever is the name of it. It might be something else. It's not a game orchestration though. It might be an original. It just says like an orchestration piece. And then there was a Rainbow Connection one, which is also fantastic. I got an alert on Twitch. How? Oh, that's... Oh, a new item in my box. "10 years of Twitch. They want to celebrate that. Not good. Dog is completely on the wrong side. Let's fix that. Let's put dog on the front. I'm gonna check out the trash today. I'll do it after. There's dog. That's the wrong number. Hold on, wait. It should definitely be the other way around. I don't know a ton of tea. What is the prince of teas? Right? What is like this gold standard? I hear people like Earl Grey a lot. Sleepy time tea, stuff like that. Hello, baby boy. Oh, you know what? You probably want food, don't you? Let's pause for a second so I can feed Mahal. I know, we're gonna feed you. Your little baby boy. Your little baby. I'm gonna be actually, I'm gonna set with that. Be right back. Oops. That's a great point. I should hit save on this before I do anything. I think my BI pack is right here, and it has like... I need to change the text on this. I wish there was, I'm feeding the baby. That's what I'm doing. And then I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I have been sitting down for like 6 hours. 6 hours. Oh my god. Let me tell you, a boy is... No, yes. It's just food already. Right, we are... Yep. But it... I think we're getting there. We are getting there. I don't drink tea. I don't drink a lot of tea. What is the Prince of Teas? What is the tea that you're like, I might not like it, but or they may not like it, but everyone respects that tea? Arizona tea, it's literally cheaper than a bottle of water. Me, I'm the tea. Nobody gives any serious answers anymore. That's like saying that like, oh, everyone respects instant coffee, right? For the Arizona tea thing? Is that a wrong assumption to make? The mango Arizona one? Okay. Don't those have like just as much sugar as like a soda though? I've always seen like people drink tea as like a healthy alternative or something. But I guess it doesn't really matter. It's the same caffeine, right? Can't tell. No, I'm being 100%. What was the question about teas? What is the prince of teas, right? What is the one tea that like you might not like it, right? Or somebody might not like it, but they'll all like agree that it is like the respectable tea. It's very different from like the king of teas, which is like everyone has to like this tea if you like tea. I'd say that's the difference between the king and the prince. You don't have to like the prince, but you have to respect them. I think I can get rid of this. There's just too many. What? Earl Grey? Okay, it's the king, it's the prince, it's everything. I know people said that. They like Earl Grey a lot. So I wasn't aware if that was the consensus. Arizona Tea is 100% owned by the CEO. They're not in debt to anyone, so their prices are low. That's nice. I'm glad they've finally been able to like work to be a stabilized institution. Unfortunately, we are in the era of destabilization as a market plan, so it's scary to think about. For example, Uber doesn't actually have a good market, right? It doesn't, there is no like oh, it's Uber's a good rideshare program, it keeps prices cheap, and it's like, no, it costs about the same as a taxi would have. But what they did was they kept their prices low for so long, right, that they disrupted the taxi market and they kind of destroyed that institution. And investors got their money back. But then everyone else who ended up paying afterwards is kind of stuck footing the bill for it. That's why I don't really like equity. Going crazy because Breath of the Wild music? No, it is Breath of the Wild music. No, if that's the consensus, but it's my truth. It's your truth. I'll believe it. You know, someone whose name is Black Tea. I'll take that as a consensus. I don't think he called it. I think this one is technically not Breath of the Wild, right? This one is an original by Rush, but a lot of his like themes and stuff will sneak in here and there from other things. So this one I don't think is specifically Breath of the Wild, but it does sound fairly Breath of the Wildy. Maybe the last one that was playing was Breath of the Wild. You might have recognized a tone or something. He does have a song called Hero of the Wild. Mm. Trying to figure out how much I want to call onto it. I love how you play with the thickness. It looks awesome. Oh, thank you. It's really, I'm just pushing it back and forth, thinking about the form. So I'm not thinking about like necessarily tracing over the line underneath. What I'm doing is I'm thinking about the shape, right? Because I want to get a good representation of that shape, and the line thickness is going to help me show what part might be in shadow and what part might be in light. So I want to make sure I get a good balance of it. I'm trying to figure out how I can do it here with this elbow, or because right here we have the elbows going more slightly forward. So I'm thinking about where I'm going to get the clavicle to come in. I might try doing the clavicle first. This be a thinner line. There we go. That's better. I like that. I like that more. So maybe I have the clavicle come up a bit here. There we go. I think that's good. Let's zoom out and take a look. Probably exaggerate this line a little bit more. Make it stand out from a distance. Don't mind me dropping dead after I just checked the time. So that I can tell my pen pressure. So I'm actually not using a ton of pen pressure here. I'm just going over the line a little bit here and there. So I'm literally, what I'm doing to show on a really big scale, right? I have this line, and if I want it to be thicker towards the end, I'll come in and just draw, and I'll hit C to change the depth, right? And I'll just come back and draw over it. And here you can do a lot as far as like changing the texture of the line. So if I don't like it, I hit Control Z. And you sort of just try and build a feel for it, right? Don't try to like force it. You get good at it eventually. Human brain is built for tool use. Just don't fight it. And don't get frustrated. It's easier said than done sometimes. So you get like a nice line that you like. Right. Using smoothing? Yes, I am. So I'm using smoothing just because it helps in some places. It hurts a lot more than it helps, I feel, but this is just what I had for my setting for my lining pen. Some places it's not bad, but it depends. I find that you'll get like a much more cleaner finish on something like this. You'll have to maybe like, I don't know, 10% of the time you will have a slightly smoother finish, right? I had a bit of a discussion about this earlier. It's better for like the getting pulls down in one, right? So if I was to make my cursor smaller, so I could do that pull like that. Not offer as much. I could probably do it just fine without smoothing. So if I switch to one that doesn't have smoothing, the only difference between my G pen and my lining pen is the amount of stabilization. So you can see there's some things. If I go faster, I have a better chance, but I also miss more likely. So it depends. It just saves me a couple of retries. Oh, you weren't asking about the... Never mind. I feel like I need to emphasize this a bit more, because after zooming out and zooming back in, it doesn't carry as much as I had hoped. Like, I probably wouldn't really notice which one I was using. I'm just trying to see. I'm playing around. Playing around with it, see if I like it. If I don't like it, I'll change off of it. But so far it hasn't been too bad. It's just a bit of a thing to play around with to figure out that this is how I'm basically, because I'm still playing around with how I do lighting stuff. I'm not very good at it yet. It's by my metric. So I don't know 100% of what I'm doing. But we're working on it. And I just use this brush because I've been practicing getting what's it called? Line weights for like the last couple of months. And so now I'm practicing with this brush instead. So we'll see. We'll see. Oopsies. Round that out a little bit. Maybe thicken up this line too. Black D, if you need to go to bed, don't worry about it. If you're using it as a distraction from going to bed, then I hope you don't have anything busy going on tomorrow. 2 viewers. What? What's going on? Oh, no, don't worry. I have a couple of things in place, so I don't have to worry about it as much. Yep. As long as if you have as long as there's one person here watching, then I'll probably keep streaming. But if people need to go to sleep, then people should go to sleep. I wouldn't worry about it. Technically, the collarbone doesn't dip until down here, but we can have the start doing that. Is that gonna look any better? I don't like this part too much. I'm starting to not like it as much. This is getting a bit too complicated. Simplify this down. Oh, okay, cool. like a rough pendant sort of thing. Just looking at for a ref of someone sitting crisscross applesauce and came across a Twitter post that said, "You might be neurodivergent if you have to sit like this." No. Maybe if you're sitting in a chair like that. I mean, it's possible. It tends to be one of those like stereotypes that people assign to people who are neurodivergent. Same thing with like bisexuals. They get the same thing. You know, there's the classic bisexual chair. Classic bisexual chair. Oh, specifically in a chair. Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Really? Let's go. Superman. I want to get this one a little bit more angled. I either said an L from Death Note or crisscross in chair. I don't think that's like diagnostic, right? Yep. Welcome back. Maybe I want to increase the width of this just ever so slightly. Show differentiation from that one. Is a necklace or is it embedded in the skin? That's a great question. I have no idea. This isn't my character. This is Kit's character, right? So, oh, dog has moved again. We gotta move the dog cam. Always gotta be moving the dog cam. But I have no idea, so I'm just going based off of what I have as reference. It looks like it's kind of embedded in the skin. What the hell? He's so dark. I guess he's just gonna be real dark. That actually probably turn on all lights, but it's still very bright. He's just in shadow. Silly dog, being a part of the darkness. It's a really fun one. That's a bit thick. You know the gesture drawing models? Yes? Sure? What do you mean by, you know the gesture drawing model? I was doing gestures earlier today in the morning. Gesture drawing models? If I got the opportunity, would I be like a nude model? I might try it, but I don't know. Yeah. That's probably why. I was like, yeah, I know it's not, but otherwise it's just doing models of pictures. Maybe I can't get the right feel for that. I would. I think it looks fun. It does look fun. But there's nothing stopping you from doing that, right? You can just start taking pictures and then upload them to sites like Gumroad or ArtStation and have them set as bundles as like figure drawing stuff. You want to do it? You should try. The only thing you need to do really is have a camera and then take a look at what everyone else is doing, right? So find a modeler, a model that you like, see what they're doing, and then try to do something similar. No, I'm not convinced. This might be something that works better with G-Pen instead of... Mm, still not hard set on it. be looking more at the overall shape. I'm getting a phone call from his family. Huh. That's weird. Oh, they don't have Wi-Fi turned on. That's not good. Who is this character? This is Worm. This is one of Kit's characters. Basically, I said that if whoever gets here first, gets like a free commission sort of a deal. And Kit happened to get here first. So they get the free commission that's going to be kind of for the, so I'm using this as, what's it called? I'm using this as a new like commission sheet sort of a deal. So the dealio is that we are going to get the commission for that for free because they were here first. It's a reward for them always showing up and showing up on time. Stuff like that. That's too much. Sick. I'm gonna have to start bringing my phone with me so I can go somewhere. No, it was specifically just like, just for that, because I'm making this new commission seat. Because Kit's been doing a lot to like promote me wherever they can, and I appreciate it greatly. It was kind of a rigged competition because they're always the one that shows up first, so. I can't afford to be just giving out free commissions to everyone. As much as I would love to. Yeah, I'd appreciate that for sure. I don't like that at all. I also don't like this, so we're gonna have to find some kind of a in between. I wasn't saying for becoming just competitive. Want to be first. That's fair. That's fair. You are all equally my precious fans, and I enjoy all of y'all's company. think that's fine. I'm kind of iffy on this whole section. I'm probably spending way too much time on it. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit better. First, eh. Big stretch time. Oops. I wonder if I upload art to Steam, if AI can steal it. Probably. Probably. What I think people don't realize though is that your art's probably not going to get like stolen, right? Unless you're like top 1% of creators, there's not much of a chance of your art being stolen, right? Even on a regular basis, you still have to be pretty well known to get your art stolen. That's a bit better. Like, I wonder if go to Lion 5B things since they basically download everything to exist. Probably, yeah. But what I mean is not necessarily that they won't like steal it, right? What I mean is you probably won't ever notice that it's stolen, sort of thing. And I don't think anyone else would be able to notice either. Thing about like stealing art, especially with AI, is that it's very hard to tell who the actual like owner was unless you're extremely distinct. It's like what's it called? My cousin is terrified of the internet. Uh they have like they put tape on top of their model and everything. They tape on top of their what's it called? Cameras, and then they don't like to talk about certain things with phones or microphones in the room, right? So they're a little bit paranoid, a little bit paranoid. But, you know, I live by the personal belief that's like, I really don't care if they're listening. You know, whatever. Send me to jail. Fucking kill me. Who cares? Who cares? Oh, it goes the other way. Shoot, I'm dumb. It's like something doesn't feel right with this. That right ear is smaller? Should be the opposite, but nothing really matters at this point. I think it looks fine. But is that something stuck on my screen? It's stealing when it's generated. I think it's stealing when it's downloaded. I don't know, because that gets you into a lot of legal trouble, right? I'm more a favor of really, really loose copyright laws than I am in favor of really, really strict copyright laws, right? I feel like as the artist, you should have pretty much the rights to create and distribute it, right? Just like defaults, right? And that you should have the protection of that copyright to be able to fight anyone who tries to like print and sell your stuff, right? For non-commercial purposes, it's a little bit like I think that people should do whatever they want with it. personally speaking. Mostly because, like, I would rather have copyright laws that are a little bit too loose than a little bit too strict. Because strictness encourages stagnation, kind of. Does that make sense? Basically, if you have strictness, you scare people. People are too scared to do anything. So I'd rather have looser copyright laws and let people create more than stricter copyright laws that are supposed to protect an artist's like livelihood. Because I first of all, we're proposing that people have an easier time to access like an income and the living and stuff like that. So hopefully it's not like the end of the world as far as like artists losing money to piracy or theft or something. I don't think you should do it, right? I feel like be respectful of someone's work. But also, there's a lot of creatives that go a step too far in trying to protect their copyrights. Like banning people from using stuff that you've made at tabletops, right? Because that's not the way it's meant to be enjoyed. I think that's kind of dumb. Where'd my dog go? Oh, he's in his bed. No, my pen. Ah. Just going to take a look at that. Ooh, am I gonna fall? Honestly, if they want to make money off my art, do it. Best complaint I'll get is them wanting to use my art over others, though trying to sell the exact same thing, I would be mad. Just my opinion. Exactly, right? I believe the copyright should protect more the actual product rather than the idea, the concept of the idea, right? If I make like a turtle lizard creature, right? And I make prints of this turtle lizard creature and sell them to people. If somebody else downloads the PDF and they make their own prints of the exact same image and then they start selling it, that's copyright infringement. I don't think you should be able to do that. That's plagiarism, right? If someone is like, wow, your turtle lizard thing is really cute. I'm going to make my own art, print it, art of this character, print it and sell it. That's 100% fine. That should be more than acceptable, right? Me personally, I think that's great. But I do feel like it's definitely a touchy subject for a lot of people. So What's going on? Did my thing lose connection? I'm saying I upload something to my sources and then they download it and make a hat or something to be happy. As long as I wasn't also selling that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I don't know necessarily about that, right? That's more of like a little bit of a gray area, right? I think you should get permission from the artist before you do that, more than anything. Is this running out of battery? Is that why? Hmm? Right. Oh, son of a duck. I got him around the wrong way. No wonder it was looking weird. I'd use copylefts. That's right, you hit him with the old sight. Seeds. I think for now this works fine. Realistically, I think it's closer, but whatever. Basically just a alt copy right version where anyone can modify it in any way and then redistribute, catching that the redistribution has to be top left. A fair and balanced system, probably, by any metric used by man? Question mark? Dum dum dum. I'm worried about the sector I'm taking this. Maybe just see this and flatten the top out just a little bit. I'm not really thinking about shapes right now, and it's a problem. I'm thinking about, is it look like? Just not getting the same level of shape language that I want to get across as before. Oh, this is so good. You like it? I'm glad. Trying to figure out some of the anatomy a little on the fly here because I didn't really like the sketch too much. Especially this knee right here needed some work. Wait, which one? I think it's... Which one did I just add? I'm on the fence on whether or not I should fill this or use it for a different color. I think I might fill it. Nope, that's not what I want. I think the more of it I have in one place, the easier it is to tell that it's not. Uh, you know what? I'm gonna have it open like this. Yeah, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill this in with a color. Like a black color. Can you do Control Shift Z? I do Control Y. It does the same thing. Mm-hmm. I don't know if this is worth it towards the end of the tail. Yeah, probably. Yeah, this is probably worth it. Liked looks good. I ignored I liked. Thank you, thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. Have any questions about anything? Don't be afraid to ask. Great. Oh wait, no. I'll keep all that. I might have asked this before, but do you use one of those glove things? Yeah, I have the two finger thing on my right hand. I don't know, as far as like if you've asked it before, I actually have no idea. But I do use one of those gloves. You spoiled it. I was trying to guess if you were right or left-handed. It's definitely right-handed though. Not that I can't draw with my left hand. Let's see. Drawing with my left hand. It's just everything is like on the other end of the screen, right? My entire workflow is centered around having my thing. I'm Fundamentos. But yeah, not the worst. Like, definitely, you can tell I'm drawing with my left hand. No, it's just practice. Time and practice. It'll get you the world. It's a bit difficult with the stabilization, but I guess it helped me get smoother lines. It would have been really shaky if I was drawing with my right, or drawing without the stabilization. Maybe if my workflow was centered around more left-handed stuff, it might work a little bit better. But it's hard to like reach all this stuff. So I'm like halfway off the screen and I'm drawing with my left hand. Oh. Little tiny shells drifting in the foam. Brave soldier boy, come marching home. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. Oh, right. It's impossible to do that kind of stuff when I have... Ah! I want to make sure I'm grabbing this up to here. This should probably tuck in a little bit more. But let's get a bird's eye view first. Let me rephrase. Not you should. You should do a stream drawing in MS Paint. That'd be fun. That'd be fine. I'd have to install MS Paint, I think. If you drew in MS Paint on stream, I'd try it out. I'd give it a shot. Did you want like with a mouse or with my drawing tablet? The only reason I ask is because I still do it either way, right? But I feel like, what's it called? What was I saying? I totally brain farted. The reason I ask is because my entire setup for my mouse would have to change. So that would be a little blah. Oh right, we still have this section. That's not what I wanted. Eh. We're getting a bit muscly. I don't want the character to be muscly. But this should definitely end closer to here. Up to you, just MS Paint, because how limited the software is. You know, you'd be surprised. MS Paint is actually pretty good. I think people don't give it enough credit. It's got a full working color wheel, right? I think. I also need to learn how to use MS Paint because I tried it one time and I didn't understand how to paint with it. I was like, what the hell? Ugh. So it's like a scrawny demon? Yeah. So I should have all the references. The reference is all visible easily from... Yeah. In the top left. Working color square and 10 brushes. I've been using one brush this entire time. That's all you need. You just need one. True story. I don't think they even have like fall off. Pixel transparency would be the big one if they didn't have that. Um, um. We want to take this a little bit more to the right, I think. Ooh, I forgot. That's a lot of stuff in between. I'm doing it backwards again. No, this is the right way this time. Cool. Okay, so I can't find like an opacity layer, but some of the brushes have opacity. Interesting. See, that's all you need. Because then if you have some opacity, you have blending. And you can blend, it makes things easier. But no blending does not make it impossible. Interesting thing to keep in mind. My old figure drawing professor used to have a saying where he'd be like, even if I was on an island, I'd still get some burnt charcoal from the fire I started and some what's it called? Some dried up leaves, and I do some drawing. I think that's the kind of like obsession with art that I strive for these days. Trying to get there. Oh shoots, I did this wrong. I swear it said 7 hours like 10 minutes ago. Clinical cartoons. 7 hours like 10 minutes? I've been streaming for 8 hours. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Yep. Goes by fast. It zooms on past you. So drawing this has taken me about without the distractions, it's hard to say. Probably at least a couple of hours, right? It's way more muscly than I want. Really? Thinking that this is still a bit much in here, so I'm gonna bring it down a little bit. Ah! Trying to find where I can have the implied stuff. That's probably fine. I don't think I want the bicep to stick out too much at this point. Little paw gloves? Yes, yes, yes. They are little paw gloves according to what I have on my reference. We like that a little bit better. Pushes this shadow shape a little bit farther back. I think there is fine. I still want a little bit of the... Yeah, that's perfect. It was there a while ago, but that's okay. Should I include the serratus muscles? Maybe? I feel like it's going to be a bit much. Alright, let's take a zoom out. How am I feeling about this? I feel like the serratus muscle is a little bit high. I'll pass. I don't think that space really needs anything else. Oh yeah, did you get your passport? I have submitted the application. I'll get it probably in 4 to 6 weeks, more or less. More or less. So that should be all sorted, hopefully. Mm-hmm. I did not put that I was unemployed on there though, so we'll see if that comes back to bite me in the butt or what. It shouldn't, I don't think, but you never know with these sorts of things. Um, it is a hell of an outing. Oh. I don't know if I should scrunch that up some. I'm sure that wouldn't hurt, but I'm gonna go ahead and do that with what's it called? Some values later. So I'm not too worried about it at the moment. There's one major muscle group when like there's one major tendon that's in here. Probably a little bit bigger though. So a little bit bigger. Yeah, let's bring it down further and thicker. That's what she said. Rocco is just in pitch black. Oh my god, he is. Oh, there he goes. He moves, but there's nothing I can do to show him anymore. So we're just gonna remove him from The thingamajigger. Thingamajigger. There goes Maha Cam. Gonna remove Dog Cam. Good done. Rocco is spooked. He's like, Dad, the toilet did the thing again. I'm like, I know the toilet did the thing. There's nothing I can do about the toilet doing the thing, though. You're okay. You're okay. Let's work on these little toesies so we can be finished up with this section here in the middle. Oh, there is an alert. What? Why did I... Oh, that's where it is. Cool. What did my friend send me? Unhinged TikToker. Nice. Just found half a model donut I made in Blender. Yeah, you did the Blender Guru stuff. You should consider opening it up and starting the tutorial again. Not like pick up where you left off, but like try making it all over again. Maui. Oh, my music stopped? No. Looks like it's still playing for everyone. It's just not playing for me. That's nice. Glad it decided to. Want to learn Blender? I got inspired with animation from an indie film my friend made me watch. Yeah, there's a lot of really good ones. I was doing so that we can open up Blender and look at the model I was working on for my friend's birthday. I still haven't finished because it's a whole thing, right? Was it gonna open up on the wrong one? It's gonna open up on the wrong one, isn't it? We got some great sculpts going on. This is the wrong one. That's also, this is the one. There you go. Which one is control again? Shit. I want to say that this is control. This is X, Y, Z. And then this is control Z. This is shift. Where's my control? I think it's on the other one. Yeah, here it is, control. So you got everything related. That's sick. Yeah, no, it looks even better when you go into the render. I'm really happy with. Right? But this is really isn't. I'm not gonna say that it's not work, right? But this comes naturally when you start thinking of things in structure, right? When you start thinking of things like as structured objects instead of what's it called? Like lines on the page. When you start thinking of the anatomy of stuff as like what are the blocks that make up each individual thing, it becomes easier to work on 3D models, right? But this is sculpting. If we were to go into tab mode and look at the fucking Frizz Blender. If we go into tab and we look at the, oh my Jesus Christ. Holy shit. So this is what the mesh looks like. This is how many vertexes are on it. It's insanely good. It's insanely bad. It's not retopologized at all. Like, seriously, I don't think I can express just how much you really should learn modeling instead of just sculpting, because Blender is not really great for learning sculpt. Like, look at this. They're all like cubes, sure, but it's just like not very well. Like, this is just, what is this? Just the back, right? So I will need to eventually come in here and fix all this up. Maybe repotalize. Well, it depends on what I'm going to use it for. So it depends. If you really want to do like sculpting, right? Like clay sculpting instead of being like 3D model stuff, then I highly recommend getting ZBrush at some point. Or Rhino. Rhino is the better one. I can't remember. But they have a really good way of managing voxels or pixels, I think they call them. Instead of pixel with an E, it's pixel with an O. Blender is not the best optimized. It is a free software, so really it's really awesome. But it is free, so you kind of get whatever someone has optimized into. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Blender has done some amazing stuff. I would still say though, you're better off sculpting in something else. But I'm lazy, I like free things, and my computer can handle it, so that's the story. I don't think I really need to change too much. And by don't need to change too much, I mean, I don't think I need to change anything really. My computer can handle it. I tell that to so many people, but they never really understand. Like, so what I want to draw is at 4,000 by 4,000. Yeah, Flip Studio is also fairly unoptimized, right? There's definitely better software out there if you're trying to draw really high resolution, right? Oh, I think my friends are going to be here pretty soon. So I'm going to just try to finish up these toes, and then I'm going to go ahead and call it for the day. Fairly reasonable. I've only been streaming for 8.5 hours. Krita's pretty good. As far as free things go, Krita is pretty well optimized. Highest I was able to get out of Krito without a crash was, that is an insane, like that's, I don't, okay. Sure. What the hell, man? What the hell? $11 GB of RAM for one layer. That's, I think that is actual torture for a computer. I think that's it. That's right there. For the PNG, it was like 40 MB. That ironically very small. Like I've had a couple of images that were a couple of gigabytes. So I'm wondering if the compression was just out of that world or what was going on. I thought I was going to be able to finish the toes. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to. So I'm pretty happy with this so far. I'll try to finish this up when I get back from the walk. But, you know, 3 lines. Oh my god, just 3 lines. Okay, well that changes a little bit of the context, right? Jesus Christ. Just 3 lines. That's actually insane. Anyway, thanks Turtle for coming around and sticking around so long. It was 8 hours and you were here for probably like 5 of them. So I appreciate it. Everyone else who showed up also, thanks so much for showing up. Hopefully I'll see you again. Jeez, I don't know. Tomorrow I'm gonna be here. So we'll maybe finish up this guy. We'll probably do the flats if I had to guess. So we'll probably do the flats. Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, thanks for coming by and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thank you. I will have fun on my walk. You enjoy your new brandly acquired tea shell. Okay.